Welcome everybody to panel 4, session 1, the East Timorese Resistance, a Transnational History. We've got 4 papers today, starting off modestly with my own, which I'm about to launch. And I have to advise you that Martinho Guzmão, Amo Martinho, has a dental emergency. He's not here, but we have a replacement paper, which is Amy Rothschild's paper, which we didn't have time for in a previous session last night. And then we've got Rui Feijó and Madalena Salvação Barreto, and then Fernando Jimenez Malnando is giving a paper 4th. So I don't want to take too much time before we get started. So perhaps I will kick off. This is the bit I haven't done before. I'm just about to share my screen. Share screen, here it is. I guess I want this one. Yes, and I share it. Can you now see the screen? Can you see the screen? You are screen sharing. Maybe I need to share with sound. Hang on.
Yes, we can see.
Can you see in here? Because I can't see the chat box anymore.
We can see.
You can see? Can you? Oh, that's all you need to hear, just me.
Yeah, we can see and hear you and your screen.
And you can see the screen? Okay, well that's success, I guess. Let's go. So I'm going to start the slideshow from the beginning. Here we go. My paper is on Nations of Intent, Fretlin and the UDT and UDT nationalisms and the role of Portugal. This is a paper that's in progress. Hannah and I have been very busy doing the proceedings for the 2019 conference that we are launching tonight, which we're very excited about. I'm afraid that took up a lot of my time. So in the classic tradition of conference papers, I welcome feedback to this in-progress work. And what I really want to do is talk about early Fretlin and UDT positions on nationalism, some interesting features about that and how they conceived of the role of Portugal in particular. I was asked to do a paper on this. Really, I'm just going to focus on their positions, although their political positions on independence or otherwise implied a certain role for Portugal as the administrating power. And that's really the extent to which I go down that path. What I really want to do is talk about the concept of nations of intent. I'm just going to keep an eye on the time because Zelia is busy and I will try not to go over 15 minutes, and feel free to yell at me. Nations of intent is a concept that talks about different or distinct ideological visions of the nation. So different political parties might have different visions of nationalism and the nation. And so this concept of nations of intent talks to that idea that there are competing nations of intent. And we can look at those from that perspective and see how they've clashed and then how they informed nationalist history in Timor-Leste. Of course, there were other non-nationalist competing conceptions of political community. Successive attempts to define the East Timorese as colonial subjects of Portugal, then in the latter colonial era as members of a pluriracial Portuguese empire, which was a distinct conception from the earlier colonial one, then as citizens of the Republic of Indonesia, of course, 1975 to 99, and a nation under illegal occupation that demanded its right to self-determination. So, of course, East Timorese nationalists joined this contest over the conceptions of political community in the early 1970s. So when we look at East Timorese nationalists, this group has its own competing nations of intent, and I want to look at it in that way. What is this concept? Well, it originally arises from post-colonial African studies in the 60s. Rotberg first developed this term, but more famously, Shamsel used it in the context of Asia. And he says this: a nation of intent is a more or less precisely defined idea of the form of a nation, its territory, population, etc., shared by a number of people who perceive themselves as members of that nation and who feel it unites them. It may imply a certain radical transformation of a given state. Whoops, I've done something here. I'm trying to move my screen so I can read the text, doesn't matter. It may be an inclusive construct open to others, or it may challenge an established notion. So you see nationalism as this discursive contest over the values, form and boundaries of the nation between particular ideological projects. And sometimes you can see this in resistance to a state-sponsored version of a nation of intent, that everyday people might have a different version of it. And this can be part of a contest as well. So nations of intent is quite a useful concept there. Now, I'm really just dragging stuff out of my book, and hopefully you'll find some of this interesting, and I hope to knit this with your feedback into a better paper. But what I identify in the book is 4 distinct nations of intent in 1974-75, and you see ASDT Fretland's modern, secular, social, democratic and popular idea of the nation, represented by the unifying emblem of the Maori people. From the UDT, you see a different vision of Timorese identity, a different nation of intent, one which promotes continuing visions of a Lusitanian assimilado identity, a hierarchical Catholic society in continuing association with Portugal. From Apadeta, you see advocating integration with Indonesia, of course, but when you read their material, they are reprising also ideas of older unities with the ancient centre in Wahale, recalling links to West Timor. And then, of course, Kota, which David Hicks examines at length, has its own vision of this, a traditionalist vision to restore Larai authority over the traditional reinos that have been broken up in the wake of the Boaventura uprising. But more than that, to actually, among themselves, elect a new chief Larai. So it wasn't a strictly or simply traditional vision. And so 4 different nations of intent are competing, at least at this time. And of course, these clash most gravely in the Civil War after the breakdown of the coligação Fretland UDT. So just some pointers on UDT, which I'm going to focus a bit more, less well known, I suppose, than Fretland's positions. It was founded and initially favoured an ongoing federation with Portugal, which of course at the time was a position being advanced by Spinola, the new Portuguese president. They later modified their position for political reasons by early 1975 to one supporting independence, but with an extended decolonisation period under Portugal. Now, according to Ramos Horta, who attended the very first meetings, the first name proposed was the União Luso-Timorense, which I suppose comes with a certain vision of what they were at that point proposing. They went on to promise in the 1974 declaration a defence of the principles of progressive autonomy, progressive in relation to Portugal's sovereignty, materialised through a growing participation of Timorese in all sectors of public administration at all levels, as broad as the human potential, with appropriate cultural level permits. Very interesting comment there, but always in the shadow of the flag of Portugal. So you see that in the initial declaration from the UDT. It further stated principles of self-determination over a longer period, but the integration of East Timor into a wider Portuguese language community. So evincing support here for multiracial and pluricontinental Portugal, a vision that was certainly part of latter colonial era Portuguese ideas of their empire. And specifically at this moment, Spinola is advancing ideas along these lines. The first meeting, according to Ramos Horta and others, and Hicks, had seen a debate between a position of progressive autonomy leading to eventual independence within a Lusophone community and the continuation of the existing colonial relationship. And as I said, some of these ideas reflect Spinola's position at this particular historical conjuncture in Portugal e o futuro, in Portugal in the future. He argued that the long-running colonial wars would not be settled by force and that the Portuguese state should promote moderate local elites in the colonies who would cooperate within a Lusophone federation headed by Portugal. UDT is advancing some versions influenced by this idea. So, in many respects, as Helen Hill notes in her pioneering work, the UDT leadership had accepted this notion of a kind of Lusitanian identity, a pan-continental Lusitanian identity, which accompanied their own assimilado status. And Helen makes some excellent points about this that I think are very telling in terms of the politics of the time. The late colonial ideology of Portugal went to some lengths to establish that the status of an assimilado was not related to ethnic heritage, but rather to do with education, religion, the ability in the Portuguese language, and the suite of values fostered by this Estado Novo. Indeed, two of the founders of the UDT had been Timorese representatives of Ação Popular Nacional in the local assembly. So having accepted this late colonial ideology, as Helen Hill reminds us, the UDT remained unmoved by arguments coming from West Timor, from El Tari, the governor of West Timor, for reunification that was based on racial and ethnic similarities. So they had a very different conception of the nation of intent, even in their moderate, slow idea of progressing to independence over a longer period of time. In fact, Ramos Horta makes the point that in the early days, before Indonesia's invasion plans became more apparent, most UDT leaders were far more anti-Indonesian than Fretland leaders, who in the early days had been inspired by the anti-colonial example provided by Sukarno and others. So you have this idea of proceeding in the shadow of the Portuguese flag. But as Hicks points out, this also has a double meaning. It's also drawing on lulic associations in traditional societies based on the Portuguese flag, built up over centuries, and the previous monarchical Portuguese flag even more. And Hicks, I'm sure, is right when he says the UDT received some of its support from traditional communities as the party least likely to meddle with traditions, including the cult of the flag. So the UDT has proposals for integrating East Timor's ethno-linguistic groups through the expansion of Portuguese language. Now, this is a core problem that faces nationalists in post-colonial contexts where there's ethno-linguistic diversity all over the world. How do you create a single nationalist culture from ethno-linguistically diverse societies? Now, this is a huge challenge in places like Papua New Guinea, less of a challenge in Timor, but still a substantial one with 15 to 20 language groups. And Fretland had its own way of dealing with this, what I would call a central problem of Timorese nationalism, is how to create a singular nationalist object, if you like, or culture or values from these diverse, ethno-linguistically diverse resources of traditional Timorese communities. And the UDT's proposal is to do this through the expansion of Portuguese language. Now, that was not just limited to their own party, but there were no references to Teton at all in the UDT program. So I want to talk about early ASDT a bit more than Fretland, because I feel like Fretland's positions are better known. So 2 weeks later, or even 9 days later, the ASDT is formed. And it arises from the short-lived Committee of the Defence of Labour, and also the Assimilado anti-colonial group that Helen Hill talks about. Now, their program was published, despite being edited by Lopes de Cruz, in A Voz de Timor, just after 4 days after the founding. And later, of course, ASDT changed this name to Fretland. But let's look at some of these early articulations, which I think are interesting. Some of the principles diverged from the UDT more in degree than substance, but they do signal the arrival of a moderate nationalist party committed to decolonisation in a way that UDT's call for more Timorisation at an appropriate cultural level, by which I'm sure they meant facility in Portuguese language and assimilado status. And ASDT does not hold this position. They're calling for decolonisation in a more profound way. You do see the term at this early point, povo timorense, so they're using the term povo, and in the ASDT statement, for the people. This is before the popularisation of the term Malbere. They declared support for the students in the Casa de Timor, Casa dos Timores, demanded immediate scholarships and training for East Timorese so they could assume more positions in the administration. ASDT noted the lack of Timorese officers in the army, calling for their recruitment from the substantial ranks of Timorese sergeants of recognised intellectual and professional capacity. Now, interestingly, the ASDT concluded by congratulating Mario Carrascalão on the formation of the UDT, and also sent a telegram to General Spinola, saluting the grand liberator of the Portuguese people. Here's that publication. I don't know if I get a pointer on here. I'm not sure I do, but you can see in the middle column, there's a voto de apoio ao engenheiro Mario Carrascalão. So they're congratulating Mario Carrascalão on the formation of the UDT. In there, and then right below that you'll see the telegram of support to the administration of General Antonio Spinola. So this is very early on in the piece, and you can see also there some parts of their program of the ASDT. Of course, by December or even November or September, but by November there's a program, you're seeing the transformation to Fretland. Now, what I find interesting in this early moment is some of the different positions you'll see, and Nicola Lobato in one of the early editions is talking about his appeal to a Christianized community covering a third of the globe. He's an ex-seminarian, like many of the Timorese leadership, declaring, "Christmas for Christians is a day in which the world of redemption begins, the liberation of men in which the peoples of the world should be united with families, living and cohabiting in peace, comprehension, and concord." Of course, I've translated that from Portuguese. So that's Nicola Lobato in 1974. And he wanted to say that the Portuguese and Timorese peoples were victims of the same clique of exploiters, companions of the same misfortune. Of course, this is in the wake of the Revolução dos Cravos, the Carnation Revolution. And as Clinton Fernandez has noted, the emerging Fretland leadership in this early time and beyond was quite influenced by the Second Vatican Council. And by 1975, you see a more secular and stridently anti-colonial orientation. So I won't go into the program of 1974 because I think that's well known, but you can read some stuff there. You're probably more familiar with that. I just wanted to focus on this issue here, invoking the people. Now, in different ways, these early UDT and Fretland statements introduce a new historical agent. And this is central to the idea of nations of intent, but they have very different ideological visions of who this new people is. So they're both introducing the East Timorese people. Now, before that, this is not a concept that had been used widely, the idea that there is an East Timorese people as opposed to a Portuguese people or people who are Maksai or Mambai. This is a new concept, but they are associated with two distinct visions of intent. And if you go and look at Burke in 1992, Burke argues there's two concepts of the people, and they've been in use since the 19th century. The people could be used by conservatives to foster cross-class national unity, or by radical movements to define a range of classes that were exclusive of the ruling class. The latter term invites subjects to identify as a class at the same time as they identify as a nation. Now, I'm not suggesting that European-style class analytics, which is what Burke's talking about, were relevant. They certainly were not in the context of Timor, but you do see the distinct uses of the terms povo and malbere by the UDT and Fretland reflecting the same dynamic. For Fretland, the people were arrayed not only against colonialists, but also local conservatives and traditionalists and landowners and so on who defended the old order. And you see this in the emblematic nationalist figure of the malbere. And this addresses a key problem of anti-colonial nationalism in plural societies. In other words, societies that have a lot of local cultures. How do you create a unified national subject from multiple ethnic traditions? And in many ways, this has been, I wouldn't say the key problem of Timorese nationalism. It has, of course, been successive colonial eras, but it is a problem of Timorese nationalism, as it is in places in Melanesia. How do you create a unified national subject? So what you see is the concept of the malbere. I probably don't have a lot of time to go into that, but it does also draw on this concept of nations of intent and people like Chatterjee, who talk about the difference between Asian nationalisms and European nationalisms. One of the key features of Asian nationalism, Chatterjee argues, is this idea of an inner nationalist domain of spiritual identity that was always there. And I think you can see in the term malbere an invocation of this idea that there is something, a spiritual identity that unites all Timorese, that is different from Europeans, and it's to do with tradition and custom and lisan, and has always been there. Okay, so I think what I want to urge upon you is the idea that this idea of nations of intent is a useful one for understanding Timorese history. And you can see some examples there of early articulations of these principles, which I'll skip through. And I want to emphasize this point. So this notion of an inner spiritual domain that was always sovereign, despite the political dominance of colonial power. Now, this speaks very strongly, I believe, to the way that traditional Timorese societies interacted with Portuguese colonialism. There was an idea that the spiritual domain remained sovereign, even though They were paying fintas and tributes to the Portuguese. There was this idea of an inner spiritual domain that was always sovereign, despite the political dominance of colonial power. And I believe you can see that dynamic in Timorese traditional societies very strongly. And then this idea continues into Timorese nationalism, that there's an inner spiritual identity. It's associated with the sacred realm of Lisan and preserved through oral tradition, these multiple traditions of Lisan and wars of resistance to the Portuguese and the blood ties between the different kingdoms, Gusmão put it that way in 1986, Xanana Gusmão. Guarded under the protection of the people's luliks and constantly relived through oral tradition, this is a sacred patrimony, a sacred heritage that our ancestors were able to bequeath and leave to us. The consciousness that we are a people and we are making our own destiny. So he's drawing upon this idea that Chatterjee refers to as a kind of fundamental feature of Asian nationalisms, which is this idea that there's an inner spiritual domain that remains sovereign despite political dominance of colonialists. And I think the idea of the Malbari, especially as it's discussed by Helen Hill and others, really resonates with this idea of an inner spiritual domain of nationalism. And I won't go into why. I mean, Helen Hill explains that very well. I'm drawing some things from my book, but the argument I want to make is about nations of intent. I do want to tick along. I'm aware I'm over time. In my book, you'll see the nationalist pivot of 1975. Returning students are still saying Portuguese colonialism is a big problem. Mario Alcatiri points out that this was not a position held by the Dili-based Central Committee by September 1975 when those students came back. Okay, so there was instead a turn to strategically deploy the legacies of Portuguese colonialism as arguments against integration into Indonesia, and I think that's had quite a long-term effect on Timorese nationalism. I don't have time to go into all that, but I do want to highlight this joint communication of the Fretland UDT coalition, and that moment in early 1975 where together they're rejecting Apodete as neo-colonialist. And this is the first time you see the term Timor-Leste being used beyond internal Fretland circles. But significantly, it appears in the document as Timor-Leste or Timor-Dili, which was, of course, the term favoured by the UDT right up till 1998. I want to conclude on this slide just because we were talking about it last night, South Pacific. I found an interesting document. I haven't seen anyone else discuss it in the AMRT several years ago, and it's a relatorio of Alarico Fernandes and Ramos Horta after their visit to Jakarta in early 1975. It's marked private, and they're describing an internal debate over whether an independent Timor-Leste should associate with Southeast Asia or the newly emerging nations of the South Pacific. And Fernandes and Ramos Horta make a case at this time for the advantages of Grupo Pacifico Sul, the South Pacific group. They talk about a better ethnic and cultural approximation with those regimes, which are shortly going to be independent in the South Pacific, more progressive regimes and richer countries in the form of Australia and New Zealand. More importantly, they wrote, such an association would deliver a valid argument against the thesis that Timor-Leste ought to integrate with Indonesia for reasons of geographical continuity, ethnic origin, and cultural commonalities. So there you go. You can use the nation of intent, of course, idea to then examine the CNRN and CNRT. I do that in my book. I won't talk about it now, but the idea of removing these ideological contests and focusing simply on self-determination was a transformation in these competing nations of intent to a more unified one, which, of course, upon independence, broke apart again with liberal international peace building into multi-party democracy. You see nations of intent emerging again, pretty much with the full expectation of the international community that this would happen, because this is democracy. So these are just arguments from my book that I'm going to skip through. I think that's all I want to say. Nationalist solutions to plural cultures is something I talk about in the book. I believe that Josh Trinidade and Brian Castro reflect upon this same problem. It's a very interesting central problem. Xanana talks about it. Javier Dumont-Raal talks about it. I haven't got time to go into that. And to cover the inadequacies of the argument I've just made, I'm going to show you some pictures right at the end here of the UDT magazine from 1981, a bit later, and you see a picture there in Informações. Timor espera que Portugal o salve. Timor is waiting for Portugal to save it, 1981. And you see also in the same issue there, a picture from from there in Akusi of the Portuguese monument. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Michael. Now we are going to present a video, a PowerPoint with a video of Amy Rothschild that yesterday at the panel 14, the coordinators weren't able to pass due to the late session, but me and Michael, we decided to offer our panel because we do not have Martinho today. He couldn't make it. So I am going to share my screen with the PowerPoint of Amy of yesterday. And then at the end of this session, we will have a short discussion where we can include, of course, Amy's presentation. Give me just a minute to share the screen. Can you see the PowerPoint? Okay.
Yes, can see it.
Hi, my name is Amy Rothschild. I'm assistant professor at Ithaca College, and I'm really happy to be here today to read you my presentation. Before I begin, I just want to thank all the organizers of this conference, and I also want to thank Marissa and David for organizing this panel. So my presentation is called Remembering the Dead in Post-Independence Timor-Leste, Victims or Martyrs. And this article is condensed version, or this presentation is a condensed version of a book chapter by the same name that is soon to be published in the edited volume, Martyrs, Ancestors, and Heroes in Timor-Leste. With that, I will begin. So this paper examines the politics of memory surrounding the estimated 100 to 200,000 Timorese who died during the Indonesian occupation and preceding civil war. I argue that there are two main frameworks through which the deceased have been remembered in post-independence Timor. First, the deceased have been incorporated into the new Timorese nation state as heroes and martyrs. Second, the deceased have been remembered by international human rights and transitional justice institutions in Timor-Leste, such as Timor-Leste's Truth Commission, the CAVR, as victims. This article compares and contrasts these two main frameworks, focusing on how the frameworks work to highlight the deaths of different Timorese and work to attribute different meanings to these deaths. I begin the article with a focus on the CAVR in the immediate post-independent period in Timor. After analyzing the CAVR's truth-seeking work and considering which dead were counted, how they were counted, and why, I turn to the present-day dominant or official state-promoted framing of the dead as heroes and martyrs and compare the two framings. On the 13th of July, 2001, the United Nations Transitional Administration in Timor-Leste, in East Timor, UNTAYET, formally established a Truth Commission in Timor-Leste, the CAVR, to attempt to deal with Timor-Leste's bloody past. The CAVR concluded on the 31st of October 2005 with the handing over of its final report, Shega, to the Timorese government and the international community. In fulfilling its mandate, the CAVR produced the first official post-independence historical narrative of Timor-Leste's recent past. What was this narrative and how did it work to frame the deceased? In line with its main task of inquiring into and establishing the truth regarding human rights violations which took place in the context of the political conflicts in Timor-Leste between 25 April 1974 and 25 October 1999, the CAVR's historical narrative of the past centered around the human rights violations experienced by Timorese during its mandate period. The CAVR focused on 9 main groups of fatal and non-fatal violations, or violations that did and did not result in death. The two main categories of fatal violations were death due to famine and death due to unlawful killings and disappearances. Different truth commissions examined different kinds of truth about past violations and employed different methods to tell these truths. One of the main truths which the CAVR attempted to tell about the violations it investigated was what John Rusa has termed a, quote, truth by numbers, unquote. The CAVR produced nationwide statistical and demographic data on the violations at its center. While the CAVR only produced data on statistical patterns of non-fatal violations committed during its mandate period, it sought to uncover and reveal the total number of fatal violations that occurred during this period. To find this number or produce this statistic, the CAVR brought in a Silicon Valley firm, Benetech, Benetech organized a retrospective mortality survey, RMS, of 1,396 households throughout Timor-Leste and a graveyard survey, thus adding 2 additional sources of data to the CAVR's other sources of information about violations. The CAVR ultimately declared that at least 102,800 Timorese perished as a result of conflict-related deaths during its mandate period. Approximately 18,600 died by killing, and 84,200 died due to hunger and illness. Scholars have criticized these statistics and the extra time and money the CAVR spent to produce them. As Rusa pointed out, during the period of mass death in Timor-Leste in the 1970s, entire families and even entire neighborhoods perished. The RMS's random sampling of households was therefore necessarily weighted towards households that had survived intact or with few losses. In addition, the graveyard survey did not include the deaths of people who were not buried in a properly marked grave inside a graveyard, despite the fact that many victims had not been buried this way. Rusa has argued that despite Benetech's attempt to compensate for these limitations, the CAVR's death toll results were neither precise nor conclusive. The number of deaths due to hunger and illness, and thus the total number of deaths, were only minimum estimates. The CAVR conceded that there could have been as many as 99,100 more deaths by hunger and illness. Rusa notes that before the CAVR report, many people had used the figure of 200,000 as a death toll estimate. The figure was not based on solid evidence and could be, quote, wildly inaccurate, unquote. While Rusa argues that one can now state with certainty that at least 100,000 East Timorese people died because of the occupation and civil war. Indeed, this very article opens up by using 100,000 as a minimum estimate of the number of deceased. This finding is ultimately insignificant as it, quote, entails no revision of what was already commonly accepted, unquote. What other kinds of deaths were included or excluded from the CAVR's final death toll and its other statistical analyses of fatal violations, as well as from the CAVR's additional non-statistical dealings with death? One notable aspect of the CAVR's truth-telling work was that it included investigation of human rights violations committed by parties on all sides of the conflict. In investigating violations committed by Timorese forces, including by Timorese resistance groups, in addition to violations committed by Indonesian forces, the deaths of Timorese who were killed by Timorese forces were joined together with the deaths of Timorese who were killed by Indonesian forces in the CAVR's final death toll. The CAVR recognized the deaths of Timorese killed by Timorese forces in other aspects of its work as well. For example, the CAVR's public hearing on massacres that took place in November 2003 included testimony by 17 survivors or witnesses. 7 of these survivors and witnesses told stories of massacres committed against Timorese by Timorese forces. Another notable aspect of the CAVR's truth-telling work was its attempt to move beyond the traditional human rights focus on violations of political and civil rights to the exclusion of violations of social and economic rights. In this vein, this highlighted the mass deaths that occurred in Timor-Leste as a result of hunger and illness in the late 1970s. As already noted, these deaths, even if undercounted, were joined together with deaths caused by executions or direct killings in the CAVR's final death toll. Beyond this, the CAVR designated famine and the linked violation of forced displacement as its own category of violation and held a public hearing on famine. The CAVR also highlighted the deaths of Timorese famine victims by labeling the period from 1977 to 1979, peak years of starvation in Timor-Leste, as the, quote, greatest humanitarian tragedy in Timor-Leste's history. While many more Timorese died during the occupation as a result of hunger and illness than as a result of killings, at the time of the CAVR's operations, these deaths had been largely under-recognized in the international community. With its focus on human rights violations, the CAVR implicitly framed those who experienced violations, including violations, as victims. In line with its specific mandate to, quote, assist in restoring the dignity of victims, unquote, the CAVR's use of a victim framework was also explicit. As I have described elsewhere, the CAVR declared its commitment to victims frequently. Its activities only bolstered its rhetoric. Among other things, the CAVR's first public hearing, the victims hearing, was explicitly devoted to victims, and the CAVR also held 52 local public victims hearings throughout the country. Here I should note that while the CAVR defined victims as primarily civilians who, moreover, have suffered harm as a result of acts or omissions over which the Commission has jurisdiction, informally, the CAVR extended victimhood to all Timorese. The CAVR proclaimed that we are all victims. It also noted that on some level, all Timorese people and the society as a whole were victims of the political conflicts of 1974 to 99. While the CAVR's focus was on surviving victims, this framework of victimhood clearly encompassed the war dead as well. I turn now from the work of the CAVR to discuss the dominant present-day narrative or framework for remembering the violent past and the deceased in Timor-Leste. This narrative is a state-promoted nationalist narrative of past resistance to Indonesian rule centered around the categories of the veteran, hero, and martyr. The basis of the resistance narrative and its central categories can be found in Article 11 of Timor-Leste's constitution, entitled Valorization of Resistance. Article 11 asserts that Timor-Leste state acknowledges and values the historical resistance of the Timor-Leste people against foreign domination and the contribution of all those who fought for national independence. It declares that the state shall ensure special protection to war-disabled orphans and other dependents of those who dedicated their lives to the struggle for independence and national sovereignty. The most inclusive discourse of past resistance to Indonesian rule in present-day Timor-Leste involves the claim that everyone in Timor-Leste contributed to Timor-Leste's liberation, that everyone made war. Ema hotu hotu halu funu. A corollary to this discourse, one that parallels the CAVR's informal attribution of victimhood to all Timorese, is that all Timorese who were alive during the occupation are heroes, if not veterans, and that all those who died as a result of the occupation are heroes or martyrs. For the most part, however, the terms veteran, hero, and martyr are applied more narrowly to persons whom the Timorese state declares were part of Timor-Leste's more formal resistance movement, a movement consisting of former Valentil guerrilla soldiers, as well as civilian members of the clandestine and overseas diplomatic fronts. Accordingly, these are the Timorese who receive valorization and recognition for their past resistance activities in Timor. On 13 March 2006, Timor-Leste's parliament passed the Statute of National Liberation Combatants. Popularly referred to in Timor as the Veterans Law, the 2006 statute formally defines veteranhood and martyrdom. To be declared a veteran, one needs to have militated or participated in the struggle for independence for at least 3 years. Martyrs, meanwhile, are defined as, quote, all militants of the struggle for national independence who have perished or disappeared as a result of their participation in the struggle, unquote. The 2006 statute also lays out the terms of recognition for veterans and martyrs in the form of payments, medals, and other benefits. In the case of martyrs, concrete or material forms of recognition are afforded to relatives of the deceased. The vagueness of the statute's definitions of veteranhood and martyrdom, a result, among other things, of the reality of Timor-Leste's long, messy, and popular struggle for independence, in which an amorphous and ever-changing civilian resistance front dwarfed the armed guerrilla front in size and scope of activity, has resulted in fierce debate in Timor-Leste about who is a true or real veteran or martyr, and who should be recognized by the government as such. These debates aside, the implementation of the 2006 statute, followed by the beginning of the distribution of pensions in 2008 to those deemed veterans and to family members of those deemed martyrs, has resulted in a clear state-endorsed hierarchy of heroism in Timor, with those deemed by the state to have participated in Timor's resistance struggle receiving more recognition than those not deemed to have participated. This ranking applies to the deceased as well as to the living. The hierarchy of heroism in Timor-Leste continues beyond this binary division, however. While the 2006 statute officially gives equal treatment to former members of all three fronts of Timor's resistance, in reality, former members of Valentil are generally considered more heroic and receive more recognition than former members of the clandestine front, who in turn are considered more heroic and receive more recognition than former members of the diplomatic front. Again, this hierarchy of heroism applies to the deceased as well as to the living, so that former deceased members of Valentil are generally considered more heroic than deceased members of the clandestine front. Indeed, an additional piece of evidence regarding the rankings of the fronts and their members is the state's unequal treatment of the bodies of deceased members of the resistance. Timor-Leste state has placed priority on finding and burying the remains of former members of Valentil as opposed to the remains of former members of the clandestine front or the remains of other civilians. This form of recognition is particularly significant as properly burying the dead is a critical practice in Timor-Leste, linked to the central role the deceased play in Timorese social life as ancestors. The currently dominant state-promoted narrative of past resistance, with its central combined category of veteran, hero, martyr, serves to highlight the deaths of different Timorese than the CAVR's human rights narrative of past violations. The CAVR narrative worked to recognize the deaths of all civilian Timorese who perished as a result of the occupation and civil war. However, those Timorese were killed, whether they were murdered directly or died as a result of famine. While the CAVR didn't highlight the deaths of Valentil combatants who died during the occupation, as these deaths were considered lawful under the international human rights law or humanitarian law that guided the CAVR's work, The CAVR's narrative and victim category otherwise made the past political stance or resistance activity of Timorese who died as a result of the conflicts irrelevant. By contrast, the state's resistance narrative works to make past resistance activity the most important factor in determinations of which deaths deserve recognition. The resistance narrative affords the greatest recognition to the deaths of former members of Falintil, who are seen as the ultimate symbol of the resistance in Timor. With a focus on the deaths of those who are part of the formal resistance movement, the resistance narrative, unlike the CAVR narrative, largely obscures the deaths of Timorese who were killed by Timorese resistance forces, including during the spate of intra-resistance violence in the mid to late 1970s. It also largely obscures the deaths of the massive number of Timorese who perished as a result of famine in the 1970s. The state's category of hero-martyr is ultimately much narrower and more exclusive than the CAVR's category of victim as applied to the deceased, serving to highlight the deaths of far fewer Timorese. The resistance narrative also gives different meaning to the deaths of the deceased. In accordance with its therapeutic ethic, the CAVR framed the victims at the center of its work within a specific discourse of suffering, Timorese or Susar. Veterans, heroes, and martyrs in present-day Timor-Leste are defined instead by their past experiences of struggle or struggling, luta. While suffering and struggling are, of course, interrelated, overlapping concepts, struggle is more obviously agentive. The concept of struggle is more obviously agentive than the concept of suffering. Timorese veterans define themselves and are defined by others not by their past experiences of hardship, but by their past intentional actions or agency, by what they did during the war. The same kind of agency is applied to deceased veterans or martyrs. The deaths of those deemed heroes or martyrs in Timor-Leste are essentially presented as intentional. The individuals in question are said to have sacrificed themselves for independence, the nation, or liberation. During my fieldwork, an informant who disagreed with a man's decision to bury his veteran son in the family's rural community, as opposed to in the National Heroes Cemetery, explained to me, quote, "That person didn't die for their family. They didn't die because they were a thief. They died for the nation." At the 2011 and 2012 commemoration ceremonies of the 1991 Santa Cruz massacre, participants carried banners or wore t-shirts that bore the faces and names of family members or friends who had been killed in the massacre. Declarations next to these names or faces proclaimed, "He died, he sacrificed for our independence," and your body and bones were lost in the war and your blood spilt for the beloved land." Relatives of the deceased often projected even further agency onto the deceased by framing these slogans as coming from the deceased themselves. For example, one banner included a photo of a massacre victim and the declaration, "My whole life I gave to the people and beloved land of Timor-Leste." During the interview that I conducted in 2012 with Gregorio Saldana, the leader of the demonstration that preceded the Santa Cruz massacre, Saldana similarly emphasized the past agency on the part of those killed in the massacre, explaining, "People went with a specific struggle. The youth went there with a specific struggle, with good preparation, good organization. They went with sincerity and with seriousness for the struggle, with their courage, and they were shot dead. It is important that it wasn't a sudden struggle. It wasn't that the Indonesians just went and shot them, but they took concrete action and many people died." Notably, the CAVR does not project a similar past agency onto the deceased at the center of its work. The CAVR emphasized that the deaths of Timorese that occurred during the Civil War and occupation could have a positive effect in terms of preventing more deaths, both in Timor-Leste and in the international community at large. Yet the deceased themselves were not imbued with purpose as such. In other words, the deceased at the center of the CAVR's work, the victims of fatal violations, did not die as a result of sacrifice, but rather, quote, "due to human rights violations," unquote. The CAVR instead largely attributed past agency, albeit of a negative kind, in the form of legal culpability, to the perpetrators of human rights violations, to those who caused Timorese suffering and death. Conclude by arguing how important it is to pay attention to the different narratives and categories used to talk about the deceased in post-independence Timor-Leste. The implications of the current dominance of an historical narrative of the past that emphasizes past resistance and labels the deceased, or at least some deceased, as heroes or martyrs, are wide-ranging and concrete. Among other things, the families of certain deceased Timorese benefit materially and otherwise in present-day Timor, while the families of other deceased Timorese do not. Questions of justice are also at stake here. Simply put, if those who suffered or died during the struggle are heroes or martyrs as opposed to human rights victims, there's less need to pursue present-day justice for their suffering or deaths. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Amy Rothschild's recorded paper. If you missed the initial announcement, we were unable to fit her recorded paper in the program yesterday, so Zelia and I offered to put it in today to replace the paper of Amor Martinho Guzmão, who couldn't make it today because he's having dental surgery. So now we move on to the third paper in this session. And it's going to be, let me just check, Rui Feijó and Madalena Salvação Barreto with their paper, The Catuas Look Back, the events of 1974 to 76, seen through the lenses of CAVR statements. And we'll be having questions after the four papers. We'll have a time for a discussion. Thank you, Rui.
Well, it's going to be me and
Madalena.
And Madalena will go first. Two things now, before we start. People in Centro Nacional Chega, are they more comfortable with Portuguese or English? Can we have, because otherwise the audience is split. I just wonder whether we could ask the people at CAVR to say whether they are more comfortable with Portuguese or English. The PowerPoint is in English. We can speak either Portuguese or English. Can we have a feedback from CAVR?
I think English is much better.
English is better. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have a go in English. Second is from the conveners. Can we have someone speaking and someone sharing the screen, or it must be the same one?
Are you showing a PowerPoint?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether there's limitations on who can share a screen. Madalena, hello Madalena, can you share your screen, or you're speaking first? Yeah, Rui, can you share your screen?
Yeah. Rui, can I try?
Sure. Yes, sure.
Give me 2 seconds just to open up.
We can still see you if you share your screen. No, we can't, can we? That's wrong. So it might be better if Rui shares the screen, because we're going to be listening to Madalena.
I think you can see me.
And the screen at the same time. Good,
Just
okay.
Opening. Are you seeing? No. It's thinking.
So there's a share screen option, then you pick the screen of all the ones you've got.
Yeah, this is opening my security definitions.
Okay.
Okay, Rui, can you try, please?
I'm trying. I'm having some problems here. Sorry about this.
Does Zelia have this paper? Perhaps Zelia could share it.
I don't have the PowerPoint of Rui and Madalena, but if he sends me in an email, a quick email, maybe I can share it.
Here we go. It's working.
I think, yeah.
Yes,
Madalena's done it.
That's fine.
Okay, so it's Madalena Barreto and Rui Feijó.
Rui, are you? Can I? You want to say something?
Go ahead, Madalena.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. The PowerPoint is in English. I prepared my notes in Portuguese, but anyways, I will. So this is a paper that Rui was working on it, and it's, well, the Catuas Look Back, Portugal in the events of 74, 75, through the eyes of CAVR testimonies. Let me, okay. To introduce, so we all know how the events between the 25 of April revolution and December 75 had a lasting impact on what happened afterwards. There were very, very conflicted months, and the result was that Timor was thrown into the lions, as Vincent Paulino stated. And those events still today still have echoes in the society today. And it was during that time that the process of auto-determination was attempted, but unfortunately it took a while. And that was the will of the Timor people, but also the Portuguese colonial authorities. Most of the actors back then, most of the party leaders back then in 74, 75, were the same party leaders post-independence. So during the 24 years of independence, they learned how to collaborate and eventually got independence. But in 74 and 75, as we know, they were the party leaders of different parties. And so they were the actors of what happened. So the same political elites in 74 is more or less the same of the same political elites post independence. Well, in 99, UNTAIET, to respond to a CNRT proposal, established a mechanism of international justice. And that mechanism was CAVR, Commission of Friendship, Truth and Reconciliation. So CAVR made lots of interviews with the double purpose of search for the truth, but also promote reconciliation. And although it is mostly about the Indonesian part, because 74 and 75 was also part of what happened, so CAVR also have a part to that period, and it's on that period that we are going to focus today. And so in December of 2003, most of these Katuas, most of these party leaders from 74 and 75 made public statements stating what happened in 74, 75. These party leaders are from UDT and Fretilin mostly. Francisco Lopes da Cruz declined the invitation, and Apodeti was not represented. So these Katuas are Mari Alcatiri, the Carrascalão brothers, Rogério Lobato, Domingos Oliveira, Luolo, José Ramos Horta, Xanana Guzmão, Francisco Xavier do Amaral. And so this This statements are so some of them are in the summary in this Timor-Leste internal political conflict book, and the others were supposedly, or they are in CAVR, but unfortunately CAVR, well, today these records are in Centro Nacional Chega, but unfortunately they are not yet open to public. But Rui found some of them, not all, in Arquivo Nacional de Timor-Leste in one box. And so Rui asked me to go and pick up and collect this testimonies, and he asked me to transcribe from Tetun to Portuguese. So all the statements were in Tetun. And so I did, and so part of the statements to this article are from that testimonies, integral testimonies from the National Archive. The other part are from edit pieces of the auditions that are in the small book that Rui has it. So going on to critical of sources, looking into these statements, we have to state that the way how these statements were made, we need to look into that. And so they were made, sorry, too soon. They were made publicly. They were recorded also to national television. They were voluntary, but even though, again, same party leaders in 74, same party leaders in 2000. So even though the purpose of this was not to look for these party leaders to be judged, if they knew their testimonies would have an impact on the Timorese society back then. So their political role was also in jeopardy, and they knew that. And so these testimonies were very, very emotional. Afterwards, I can put a link to a video of a short video of João Carrascalão giving the speech. It's very, very emotional. It is also very emotional because it was a very, very hard period of history, and they're talking about that. It was what got them in civil war. And so to this presentation in particular, we want to understand the perception that this Catuas had about the Portuguese role, or the role of the Portuguese administration in all this. Just yesterday, I found this picture online in another booklet from CAVR. And so this is a picture of from those days that the audience occur. And so you can see João Carrascalão, Xanana Guzmão, Luolo, Mariel Catiri, and so on. And now I give the words to Rui, and he will continue.
Okay, but you keep on with the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
So the idea is just to try and see what was the perception that these Catuas, at the time youngsters, had of Portugal. And the very first and very striking aspects. We will talk about two things. The very first and very striking aspect is that for the majority of them, if not for everybody, the idea was that Portugal wanted to turn Timor to Indonesia. José Ramos Horta, for instance, says various people in Portugal thought at the time it was better for Timor to be integrated in Indonesia by peaceful means. Of course, there were people in Portugal who thought along those lines. The question is, was the Portuguese position that one? Francisco Xavier do Amaral, talking about the Macau summit, to which we'll return later, expressed his view. The summit in Macau was a tactic of Portugal and Indonesia to integrate Timor in Indonesia. Just to remind you, the summit in Macau was boycotted by Fretilin. It was attended by some Apodeti leaders, and it was also attended by UDT leaders, although the main leadership of UDT was in Indonesia at the time, talking with Indonesians. So it is a strange idea that Portugal in Macau, when it was offering a transitional period of 2 years or 3 years, was actually integrating Timor in Indonesia. Domingos Oliveira was a UDT important person, said that Major Não Metelo, who was a prominent military in Timor in the early months of the after the revolution, Major Não Metelo used his position as member of the decolonizing committee to seek to handle Timor to Indonesia. And this idea that Major Não Metelo was instrumental in creating Apodeti, which is true to us to an extent, and the extent is precisely he wanted to make sure that all streams of opinion were formalized. But a lot of people reproduced this idea that Major Não Metelo, being a leading member of the movement of the armed forces in Portugal, was actually working so that Apodeti would be in a most favorable position, and its idea was to handle Timor to Indonesia. Mario Alcatiri said in his statement that when Governor Lemos Pires arrived in November '74, the instructions he had pointed to facilitating things so that Timor would be incorporated in Indonesia. Again, it is attributed to the Portuguese the purpose of facilitating the integration of Timor in Indonesia. Alcatiri nevertheless acknowledges that Lemos Pires saw a different reality and tried to change the instructions. So after all, it was not so clear that Portugal wanted Timor to be incorporated in Indonesia, but the overall picture is there. Now, a critical element in this process was the Macau summit. After the revolution, Portugal had an immediate concern. It was to stop the wars in Africa. Portugal was fighting 3 wars in Africa. This implied being absorbed with negotiations in Guinea, Angola, and Mozambique, where the wars were present, and also in Cabo Verde, very much associated with Guinea-Bissau. There was the same revolutionary nationalist movement wanted to obtain the independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde, and also the tiny island of São Tomé e Príncipe was also on the agenda. Anyway, the general framework for decolonization was set in Law 774 in July 1974. By mid-75, all the African colonies had gained independence except Angola. Portugal could then contemplate in detail the Timorese process. It is well known that the leaders of Fretilin who decided not to attend the Macau summit went to Mozambique for the independence of Mozambique, which was taking place roughly at the same time. So when Portugal had done with the African issues, it could then turn to Timor. That's why a summit of the three main political associations were called for Macau in late June 75. Can you move one? What happened, as you know, was that Fretilin did not turn up for the meeting. UDT, we'll see, did show up, but not the main leader. And Apodetti was also present. Mário Carrascalão says, Indonesia accompanied Apodetti to Macau and held a meeting in Hong Kong with the Portuguese delegation there. The Portuguese and the Indonesians were actually in touch since the early months of the revolution. The first contact was probably in October 74 in Lisbon when General Murtopo came to Lisbon, and Portuguese were keeping close contact with Indonesia, which does not necessarily mean, as I will argue, that they were abiding by the Indonesian wishes. What did Portugal and Indonesia put together? Until today, they have not said what they did at this meeting. It was probably to look together how Timor could join Indonesia. Again, this idea that Portugal was facilitating the integration of Timor in Indonesia. João Carrascalão, Mário's brother, said, when UDT went to Macau, its president did not go. In Macau, the future of Timor was discussed. Timorese leaders went to Macau and the president of UDT decided to go to Jakarta. The president of the party did not want to hear about the results from Macau. He preferred to hear people in Jakarta. The Secretary General of UDT and myself went later on to Jakarta. They accepted we talked to General Murtopo. We entered the room and the president of UDT was there, but he did not open his mouth one single time. So you see, although the idea they were putting forward in those CAVR testimonies was that Portugal was facilitating the integration in Indonesia and that had the opposition of Timorese leadership. In fact, it was probably not the Portuguese who were working for the integration, but some other Timorese had that option in their minds. Francisco Xavier do Amaral, the president of Fretilin, also testified that the Portuguese government invited us to the summit in Macau. I was worried straight away. I did not want to go because I could see the attitude of the Portuguese government, which they had declared to many journalists, their public opinion in their papers and on radio, declaring that they wanted to help Timor integrate Indonesia. Again, this idea that Portugal had parti pris, had some bias in the negotiations is present in Xavier do Amaral's statement. Alcatiri makes things very clear. Fretilin said it would not go and it did not go. Some now say they wanted to go. Some others say other things, and they try to pass on the blame. No, Fretilin decided not to go, and all assumed that position. I did not say I disagreed. I said it was plainly wrong to go. So you see, the distrust of Fretilin regarding the Portuguese is very, very visible. What happened in the Macau summit was to some extent a failure, because there could not be a compromise of the three major parties. And so Portugal reacted to the summit by unilaterally issuing Law 775 on the decolonization of Timor. That had the blueprint for what would be the transition. Within 90 days, a provisional government would be installed, led by the Portuguese High Commissioner, with 2 Portuguese members and 3 Timorese members, one from each of the parties. In October 76, elections should be held for a Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly would have 2 years to reach a conclusion on the destiny of Timor, and Portugal would accept whatever the destiny was. But as Alcatiri said, we, Fretilin, shall not participate in the process. We shall merely accompany it. Alcatiri was personally approached, and he acknowledges this, to integrate the transitional government, and declined. I said I would not sit in such a government because Fretilin refused to participate. What was the main issue? According to Alcatiri, what sort of consultation was proposed? When we had the 1999 referendum, Indonesia also mentioned a consultation. So Alcatiri in 2003 is suggesting that Portugal's position in 1975 was similar to Indonesia's position in 1999. Can I have next slide? But according to Law 775, elections would be organized on the 3rd Sunday in October 76. Elections would be, and I quote from the law, direct, secret, and universal, with full respect for the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A provisional government would be installed, and this solution had been tested in the African colonies. Namely, it had been tested in Cabo Verde and São Tomé e Príncipe with success, even if Portugal had accepted in the end that only one party would file candidates in those African elections. The question is really, why did not a prominent member of the Timorese nationalist movement understand the terms that were proposed? In fact, just before we move back, Portugal had, in fact, been in touch with Indonesia. Indonesia had made clear to the Portuguese that they were ready to accept 2 solutions for the Timorese issue. Either Timor remained under political administration of Portugal, which they would accept, they would not challenge that, or Timor would be incorporated in Indonesia, and they were ready to discuss the ways that would be achieved. They were not keen on accepting the idea of a Timorese independence. So what Portugal was actually trying to do at this stage was create a process based on international law, based on the United Nations resolutions, which would in fact give the Timorese people a chance to decide not only between being Portuguese or being Indonesian, but accepting that it would choose independence by means of an internationally acclaimed process which would reduce Indonesians' capacity to deny Timorese independence. And this
Rui,
was
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
okay. I won't get as long as that. And but this was not understood by the nationalist movement in Timor. Now the final slide. The final thought is what José Ramos Horta came to tell the CAVR and the people who watched these testimonies. In this statement, José Ramos Horta mentions that the situation was fraught with misperceptions and miscalculations. This is an incisive thought that explains why the development of the situation in Timor in the second half of '75 got out of control of those who are living in the territory. And sometimes one is convinced that there is rational choice, that we must analyze events looking for rationality. We must accept that rationality sometimes is hampered by misperceptions and miscalculations. And I think that what the testimonies we could read of the Timorese leaders of 2003 on what happened almost 30 years before reveals that among the Timorese leaders of '75, there were a lot of misperceptions of reality. Not only Portugal, I guess that if we repeat this exercise and try to look for what the perception is regarding Indonesia, or regarding the issue of internationalizing or not internationalizing the conflict, of putting the conflict under the aegis of the United Nations rather than on keeping it under Portuguese administration, would show the same huge amount of misperceptions and miscalculations. We should consider that this was a fact, that this was a driving force in the ways the leaders of '75 faced the problems. Thank you. I don't know whether Madalena just wants to add a last word, but for me, that's all.
No, obrigada. It's all.
Okay, great. We're going to tick along very quickly. We've got Fernando Jimenez here, giving the fourth paper in this session, and it's Fernando on state terrorism, East Timorese resistance towards Indonesia's biopolitical power. Thank you, Fernando. Take it away when you're ready.
Hello?
Yes, you want me to share your document?
Can you help me by sharing my
Yes, I will.
I don't know how to do this.
Here it is. I found it. I've got it. Can you see that, Nando?
Okay, yeah, yes.
So 20 minutes, Nando. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Fernando Jimenez. I am presenting as an individual, a young researcher in Timor-Leste. And my topic was state terrorism, East Timor's resistance toward the Indonesian biopolitical power. I just struck the point of my presentation from my research paper. It is very preliminary, and I hope I will fix more of this, but I have outlined some particular points of my presentation. So what I intend to refer as a state terrorism is that I refer to the there are some conditions like in a form of repression and ideological level. This particular research, I define the state according to what based on the Foucauldian traditions. There is a technique of governmentality from the state as a political organization that pursue to regulate it, control, dominated the population, individual populations. And but at the end of this paper, I will terminate my presentation with the Poulantzas, one of the Marxian, Weberian, Althusserlian Marxists that he tried to define the state, divide the state on three, the power of the state on three levels. For instance, like economy, economic base, ideology, and political state. And so, what I intend to refer as a state terrorism is the conditions of the repressions and the ideological violence that are speak louder. Okay, sorry. I hope you guys can listen to my voice. I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you, Mana Helen. And sorry. First of all, we need to define the context of war in Timor-Leste. There are divided and shifting paradigm on how we redefine or we are retroactively define the conflict or the war in Timor-Leste. In a Marxian sense, we perceive the war as the imperialist and reactionary war versus the Third World Liberation struggle, and this can be outlined on the previous presentation from Louis Feijó, in which this particular period can be covered between the 1974-1975 until 78, before the base de apoyo or supply base base de apoyo collapse, and in which the revolutionary state were established in that particular period. And in this context of war, we perceive this as a war, as a Third World Liberation struggle, revolutionary struggle against the imperialism and neo-colonialist expansionism. And in another sense, we also perceive this as a biopolitical war and the disciplinary war. Like there are key arguments from the Indonesian state, like claiming that they are aiming to control the situation in the region. They aiming to pacify the situation in Timor-Leste, and they perceive as a biological unity that they as a biological state, they should control and dominate it in order to maintain the order, stability within the internal of Indonesian, and particularly on the region. And here's the in this context, the biopolitical and disciplinary war in Paris has been changing rapidly according to the evolution of our national liberation struggle, along with the development of global political system from the Cold War until the end of the Cold War. And we also perceive that the war in Timor-Leste as a way of Indonesian biopolitical state aiming to integrate Timor into their biopolitical state. And after they established the invasion, annexation, and occupation, then there are particular process of reintegrations of Timor into the capitalist Leviathans. In these conditions, what I perceive as capitalist Leviathan, we must perceive the Indonesian state as in a dual sense. In another sense, they was a military totalitarian state, and on the other hand, they are capitalistic state that are dominated by the bourgeois in the Jakarta and military apparatus, political apparatus are oriented, reacted on how to reintegrate Timor into the space of capitalism. This is what we intend to refer as a capitalist leviathans in the context of reintegrations of Timor. Next, on the number 3, the invasion, annexation, and occupation. I quoted the term from the Michael Leeds was here. Forced integration. This covered the particular period from 1975 until 1987, in which the process of invasion, annexation, occupation was still continuing, worked hand in hand with the revolutionary struggle and resistance from the Timorese side. And integration, and number 4, integration, reintegration to capitalist leviathans. In this particular period from 1940 onward, in which we almost perceive that there are a reestablishment, reorganization of economic base in Timor-Leste, like building the bridge, building the local market, promote the market in Timor-Leste, and some other things, and all the passive of economy, like create a situation in which can provoke a depeasantization in Timor-Leste, the proletarianization in Timor-Leste, or forced migration in Timor-Leste. And these conditions, forced by the state, organized by the state, has contributed to re-establish the Timor as a space for capitalism, for the development of capitalism. And the military are working very actively, penetratively in these conditions. Military involving in business, they involving in the exploitations of the land, they involving in the land plantation, like coffee and so on, etc., etc. And in this particular, in this period also marked with the reorganization of political administrative political apparatus in terms of provisional province that aiming to sustain the process of that reintegration itself. How can I? Okay. In this process also, we also perceive the process of disciplinary, the technique of discipline from the state in the particular period of 1976 until 87, in which we can perceive there's a massive, huge building of camp concentration and new resettlement in around the Timor, particularly post the revolutionary struggle in Ailara, in the past, the end of the base de apoyo, where the people get surrendered, captured. They are moving from the mountain to the villa or to the urban or town or the area that controlled by the military. And this is one of the turning point bridging in the process of disciplinary, particularly within the territory of Timor-Leste, like the concentration. We noted that there are maybe around 150 camp concentration. At first, maybe was established in the Guruma and Ainaro Hatudu. So this is conditions reflecting on how the process, the continuing expansion of Indonesian control of Timor-Leste from the littoral north and south. And they established the camp concentration based on the territorial organization of Timor-Leste at the time. For instance, they frequently divide the territorial organization in 6 regions. And once the base was destroyed, military Indonesian organized the camp concentration, new settlement village that are encircle all of those regions. And all those concentration camp and new resettlement process all happens in all district, maybe except the Okusi, if I'm not mistaken. In this state terrorism, the context of Timor-Leste, I just focus on the superstructure of the state in which the violence are sustained, sanctioned, organized by the political and military apparatus, political and ideological apparatus. And we saw that the military was central in the reorganization of political, economic, and social life, even cultural life. And they all also contribute to the reorganization of spaces. The productions of spaces, like, for instance, like we are currently what is known as the division between the Ailarang and Vilalarang, between the urban and past. Here's the condition in which can reflect on how the state, through their military apparatus, reorganize the space, and how the internally from the supreme political resistance of Timor-Leste, they also perceive, to redefine their strategic struggle, resistance based on these spaces. As we have witnessing, Timor-Leste has been totalizing, has been militarizing in all aspects of social and political life. The military infrastructure, military presence has spread across the territory, even until the Kunua. They build the system of control and domination and disciplining vertically, horizontally, like using the Timorese to fight Timorese, Timorese to spy the Timorese, Timorese to kill Timorese, or any other things that they create in the and this reflecting in all aspects of social and political life, from the village until the interland of the region. And the seventh, psychological technique from the political and military apparatus, ideological apparatus. As we may perceive that since 1980, maybe when the shifting from the military commander in Timor-Leste, they shift in the more persuasive approach. They try to gain it and attract the influencing those who are still living in the Ailarang region. They apply the mind and soul strategy, and it is still continuing even in Papua or in some region, Indonesia, using this technique. But on how to respond on this, on how Timorese responds to this, is that with the very central political motion that are produced in Ailarang, when people are moving from the Ailarang to Vilalarang, they say that isin lolong ho inimigo, the body with you can isin lolong ho inimigo, anoing hamutu ko Ailarang, anoing bukungan, anoing serviso Ailarang. This is as a particular form of resistance that are being implanted within the people on how to resist to the Indonesian political and military apparatus, the ideology, the domination, the intention of control and disciplining. And this is particularly are applied in all aspects of resistance front, even in both the clandestine front and the military front. Particularly those in clandestine front, they're using this particular strategic guideline as to resist to the Indonesian by political. Even they work for the government. Some of them, for instance, like military, police, or work in the administrative apparatus of the state, but they still continue. They become parasite to the state, and even the state was controlling them, and they use all the necessary result and to build all form of things that can help the resistance move forward, like kind of the money, supply logistic, the medical, some logistic that can help the function of our organizational resistance organizations. And
5 minutes, Mal.
okay, Mom. Can
Thank you.
okay. The consequence from the repression and the ideology from the Indonesian state is that there are growing absence of singular politics, the radical politics, the Marxist oriented political struggle in Timor-Leste post 1978. And even for instance, like we show that there are some political organization, mass organization like Objective. They was founded in 1980 and adopted the communists within their political name organization. But of course, we perceive that there are some lack of in terms of organizational, like organizing the struggle based on the class, proletarian orientation kind of that. And here's the conditions of the fascist, totalitarian, and capitalist that sanctioned organized by the repressive and ideological apparatus of the state in Timor-Leste. They repress the people, and the notions of some kind of Marxism orientation of political struggle has been continually demonized and absent in this context, even in the political-military front and the clandestine front. In the resistance in the particular period of after the end of the Basel Apoyo, because this period marked with the massive, huge control domination of Indonesian state, this is, as we perceive, the struggle and the resistance has been moved from the singularity to plurality. Take, for instance, the term of the unity or the terms of the struggle itself. The unity in the period of the Basel Apoyo in 1975, 1974 has been based on the Marxian and nationalist, anti-colonialist kind of thing. But after that, the tendency has been returned to the nationalistic, patriotic, and then to the traditional. As we may witnessing, people growingly use the lulik, use the traditional way of like lisang, perlaki, etc., using the religion, traditional belief, like animism, as part of the resistance against the Indonesian occupation, domination, and then. So in these conditions, what we are moving the East Timor's resistance toward the Indonesian occupation has been moved from the singularity of the struggle under the collective revolutionary toward the pluralism of struggle, in which the need to consensus and the need to compromise between various political actors. And it was culminating in the CNRM and then CNRT. Like, for instance, we started our struggle with the term of revolution. And then we moved to the resistance. We start with the Maubere ala Fretilin, and then we moved to the Maubere ala Seneremi, and then we terminated with the CNRT Timorese. In these conditions, we return to the old profane, like the unity, because the term the Timorese, just to reconcile the two contradictory class, like the Maubere people as a class and as a proletariat, they reconcile with the bourgeoisie and neo petit bourgeoisie that are dominating in the UDT party and something like that. And this is the conditions of plurality. And in this condition, I define as a consensual nationalisms because of the need to accommodate all various factors. And yeah, so at the end of this, I will sorry. At the end of this, I would like to propose that, as I mentioned before, we must look at the state structure as a duality in terms of autonomy and difference. We must look at the cohesion, the integration of the state structure and the differentiation within the state structure under the Indonesian occupation. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we must study the Timor-Leste, our resistance as within the Indonesian occupation, political military occupation, as a transnational history, because we must perceive them in terms of being and the consensus of the people of the Timorese, which is continually resist the Indonesian political repressions and ideological apparatus, in all aspects, in all fronts, and because we built the state within under the circle, under the occupation, like the state within the revolutionary, within the base de apoyo, and then we built a supra political organization like CRM until the senior CNRM until CNRP. At this condition, we must perceive this as a transnational network of various political forces that are contradicting each other. I guess that's all. I hope that I can give something new on here. I hope and also you could listen to my voice because sorry. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Nando, for your presentation. I like the term consensual nationalism, it's interesting. And thank you for keeping to time. I think you were the only speaker who kept to time, so I'm guilty of not doing the same. We started late, but let's go to some questions. So please use your raise hand function, which is under your participants function, and we should be able to see that. I'm scrolling down. I see Peter Job has a question. Peter. I see Maria Garrido has one as well. Peter, did you have a question?
Okay. Thank you for all your questions. I could sit with you, I think, for ages and ask you all of the papers, including Amy, who isn't here. I'll ask you a whole lot of questions. But since I should really only ask one, I'd like to ask Madalena and Hui. It was a very interesting papers that you both gave. But what about the extraordinary position of President Costa Gomez? John Taylor has pretty well demonstrated that he was very hostile to the idea of an independent East Timor, and in a meeting with the Indonesians said he didn't think it was practical or possible. But why did he respond? Why did the Portuguese government respond the way that it did during the Fretlin administration? Fretlin was calling for a Portuguese return. Governor Mario Limas Pires sent numerous cables, apparently back to Portugal, asking for instructions. He never got a reply. And why also did they act in the extraordinary, did the Portuguese government act in the extraordinary way that it did during the Rome talks, where it issued a joint communique with the Indonesian government, stressing their cooperation and how they saw eye to eye in a situation where, without even mentioning the fact that Indonesia was at that time illegally and clandestinely intervening militarily in East Timor and killing people. Just wondering if you could comment on that.
That's to Madalena.
And to Hui, both.
And Hui. You'll have to unmute Madalena. If you're going to answer, Madalena, you're muted. Yeah.
I would ask maybe Hui to.
Okay, so thank you, Peter. It's very, very interesting points you raise. Of course, one has got to bear in mind that Portugal was undergoing a revolution, and there was a number of people holding different ideas in different places within the state. President Costa Gomes is quoted as someone who raised doubts about the capacity of Timor to eventually become independent. Early on, he did raise those objections. He was not very keen on that idea, but he was completely behind the Macau Summit proposal. At the time of Macau Summit, he was behind that proposal, and he was not harboring any doubts. The underlying problem in Portugal regarding decolonization was that Portugal had fought for 13 consecutive years a very, very hard war. I should remind you that no European nation was at war for 13 consecutive years in the 20th century except Portugal. Of course, there were more devastating wars, but no one was for 13 consecutive years at war. And second thing is, and not many people know this, the rate of conscription, which is the number of men in the army against the number of men in the country, was the second largest in the world just after Israel. Well, these all collapsed. These all collapsed. And you're gonna hear later on Zelia's paper, the immense difficulties that Portugal had to have some military discharging military functions wherever they might be. So Portugal did not have the capacity to adequately staff Governor Lemos Pires and go back to and to reply adequately to his demands to have reinforced forces. That's probably the reason why Lemos Pires was so critical about what would happen later.
We might have to get a quick response to the rest of the question.
Yes,
for the other.
So
Yes.
as for the Rome talks, I think that the Rome talks were a last attempt on the Portuguese side to keep alive a model which would make it difficult for Indonesia to oppose independence should independence be the choice. It was probably ill-timed, but it was definitely an attempt on the Portuguese side to keep a process which would be regarded as sticking to international guidelines, to United Nations resolutions, to international law, and which might in fact give Timor independence. I must just say one more thing before I finish. Right after the civil war in Timor-Leste, when the Portuguese foreign minister and military important cadre, Ernesto Melo Antunes, was pressing for Portugal to remain neutral and insist on electorally based process, Costa Gomes, inside the National Committee for Decolonization, raised the possibility of accepting the unilateral declaration of independence of Fretilin if that was going to happen. So Costa Gomes is known in Portugal by the nickname of the cork. It always floats. His capacity to uphold a position for a long time was not his main virtue.
Thank you, Rui. We've got a question from Maria Carrillo.
Okay. My question was more or less the same with Peter's job, and it's for Rui as well, because you talk about the misperception of the East Timorese in what concerns the Portuguese position, but in fact, there was some high-level ministers and at the government that defend that, or at least didn't reject the Indonesia integration. How would you comment on that? Was there also misperceptions in the Portuguese, or are you justifying the Portuguese position with the mistakes that also happen of the Timorese?
Quick response, please, Rui, and your mic is off.
My mic is on again. Of course, I do not pretend that Portugal had a unified position. Of course, Portugal was fraught with internal dissension, and there were people having different positions. However, and one of the major things, as I said earlier, was the incapacity of Portuguese to have military to deploy and to sustain their positions. However, the official positions were solidified in a number of yardsticks. So, for instance, we had a lot of debate between April and June 74. But in June 74, we had the decolonization frame law. And that decolonization frame law was a very important yardstick, even if you did not agree with that, even if you were a minister and did not agree with that. That was the law, that was the case. And from then on, you can see that decolonization in Africa did go, I would say 80%, according to what was determined in that law. Another yardstick was the law 775 after the Macau summit. And the reasons for that, as I explained, was that Portugal knew fully well. Portugal had been in conversations. Zélia and I are preparing a paper about this idea. Portugal always said we are in conversations with Indonesia. Indonesia always understood we are in negotiations with Portugal. There is a fundamental difference between a negotiation and a conversation. When you have a conversation, you exchange points of view. When you have a negotiation, you try to reach a compromise. Portugal was not going, there was nothing, as far as we have already seen in the documents, there is nothing that leads us to believe that Portugal was negotiating with Indonesia. Portugal was talking with Indonesia to get a more comprehensive grasp of the Indonesian position. Even if some people, you can read Almeida Santos' memoirs, and he raises all sorts of doubts. But in the end of the day, Portugal did not have a policy of favoring the integration of Timor in Indonesia, as I think it's very clear most Timorese thought it had.
Great, thank you, Rui. Marisa, you have a question.
Thank you. It's a question, comment, and Rui explained a bit. It's in the same line as the previous questions. I think that it is very important the research you and Zélia are doing, because you're going to archives that haven't been researched about this sensitive topic in the history between Timor-Leste and Portugal, the decolonization period. As Zélia explained yesterday, we don't have access to the archives of Guy, for example, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we don't know exactly which kind of discussions, at least I don't know which kind of discussions the high-level people in the Movimento Forças Armadas were having at the time. So I think it's important that this is researched. But my question is, don't you think that if we try to explain the position of Portugal as one that was not inclined to any of or favoring Indonesian annexation, at the same time, we are missing out that the East Timorese at the time were having to deal with a government that didn't have a clear position. So you have, for example, Nicolau Lobato visits Portugal in May 75, and he says that in a press conference to Diário de Notícias, he says he's not able to meet the Portuguese government, and he leaves without meeting. So we need to research also about the East Timorese side. Also in East Timor, the people that were involved, that were the military, that were there at the moment, have different oral narratives to that period. So I think we need to have both sides and hear a lot of people to be able to then clarify, and not only the people, maybe not only the leaders, but of course, it is also important to see this point of view. It's more of a comment. For example, Fretilin says that they don't go to Macau meeting because they don't recognize Apodeti, and Apodeti is a party that is created by Indonesia, so they don't want to take part in the meeting because of that. This is a very, very strong stance. And to say that there's only misconceptions and misinformation could be part of a problem, but maybe it doesn't explain everything. So this is my comment, if you want to add.
Just a very quick response, Rui.
The very brief response is thank you, Marisa. Of course, you're right. I did not want to replace the paradigm. I just wanted to introduce what is some noise, let us say, in the picture. Of course, you are right, but just bear in mind, Fretilin acknowledged later on that in the early stages, it had harbored the view that Portuguese anti-colonialism was more important than, or to put it the other way, that integration in Indonesia might be a solution to fight Portuguese colonialism. And that was a powerful way of envisaging for a long time the proto-nationalist movements, the 1959 revolt in Viqueque, and those people that have been associated with that were anti-colonialists and pro-Indonesian. So the situation is blurred, because you could always argue, and it was argued, that integration in Indonesia would reverse the evils that imperialism and colonialism had done to separate a large people that was united before the colonialists came to separate. So that is obviously a very complex situation, and I thank you for your comments, Marisa.
Okay, we've only got a few minutes left, but we're going to Helen, then John. Nuno, did you have your hand in the air there? I see you, and Nuno. Helen, a quick question, Helen, if you can. I'll try to get a quick response.
I'm wanting to ask Michael, if that's all right, because I came in the middle of your paper, unfortunately, but I was noticing you were talking about the origins of the concept of Maubere. And one of the things I didn't hear you mention, although you may have mentioned it before I came in, the extent to which Maubere was a reaction against the Portuguese terms of Kaledi and Faraku, and how Fretilin in the literacy book, the first page they had was, you know, why has our country been colonised for so long? Because our ancestors fought each other. And the great importance of overcoming any divisive ideologies within the Maubere thing. I know you did say something about that. Do you think that the concept of Kaledi and Faraku, the regional divisions that the Portuguese had, did you make?
Yes, Helen. Thank you for the question. Yes, really quickly, and in fact, maybe mute your microphone, Helen. It's reverberating.
Oh, right, yes.
Yes, very quickly, absolutely. The term Maubere was a unifying term as well that meant to escape a couple of divisions. One, as you noted, Helen, in your book, was originally it was a term for mountain people, you know, Mambai people up in the mountains. And of course, as you pointed out, this provided a way to unify the other groups of Timor by embracing this originally negative term as a national identity, and in thereby unifying the mountain against the coast and the coastal peoples under the one term. But you also see, I think it's Javier Duan Moral and Nicolau Lobato in Journal de Povo Maubere explicitly address the Kaledi Faraku distinction as a colonial distinction that was dividing the Timorese. And of course, the elevation of the concept of the Maubere is meant to transcend those divisions as well. Thanks for the question, Helen. And I see that John Waddingham's got his hand up as well. and then Nuno, and then we might have to have a break.
Shoot, there's Shoot also. I don't know if you can see, but she has also raised her hand.
Okay, no
Very
problem.
quick.
John?
Very quick. We could debate so many things that have been said today. I'd, love to do it. And I just want to make a general comment about perceptions and calculations. I think probably all parties to the whole Timor story, could have that label of misperception and miscalculation applied to the actions that they took at various times. And so regardless of what was emerging or what was or wasn't happening in Portugal, I think I'm sure the Fretilin people, who had a very strong anti-colonial rhetoric at that time, extraordinarily strong, reflecting in all that they were saying, may well have misperceived and miscalculated, but that's another argument. What I just simply want to say is what's been discussed here today is just fantastic stuff, but I think we all have an obligation to make sure this stuff is accessible in Timor itself. And that means not just in English or not just in Portuguese, but in Tetum in final form, because I would love to see Timorese exposed to this stuff and being able to discuss it and contribute to it. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Thanks, John. And you're certainly doing your bit to see that happen through chart. Pokat, you have a question? I may be mispronouncing your name, in which case, excuse me.
It's Pochut.
Thank you.
Just a little bit addition to what Roy say.
Quickly, if you can.
Yeah, very quick. Addition to a little comment of what Roy said about the misconception and things, because I also find that Portugal do ask to the Netherlands, the representation of Netherlands, to deal with Indonesia, because somehow the Portugal representatives sometimes don't get along with Indonesia, so this is just like colonial talk. I mean, please talk to your colony to stay away from my colony. Things like that happens. It's written, it's in Dutch, but there's a formal a request from the Portuguese, and then within the Netherlands, they agree and disagree, because part of them don't want to make a mess with Indonesia, especially in terms of economy, because they invest so much in Indonesia. So that's just an addition that yes, Portugal is asking help to get along with Indonesia. That's one thing. And the second question to Fernando, just a simple question. I found that Indonesian military actually don't want to be in Timor because they're afraid. They just actually don't know why they are there. Is there any, do you find it during the occupation that this military is actually, of course they fight each other, but how far you can make use of it? How can you make the Fretilin, the resistant, the clandestine make use of the fights, the disputes among the military disagreement? I mean, is it helpful for the resistance struggle? That's it. Thank you.
Quick answer from you, Mal. Nando?
Thank you, Mana Pochut. First of all, our struggle was defined as a politics command military. In these conditions, politics is not simply as a political democracy or police, like as we perceive the politics of democracy, but a politics of emancipatory, a politics of liberations, a politics for the emancipations. In these conditions, we perceive that in a general a political motto that we adopted at the moment, even we compose the song and use some political words in our official declaration. We reject that. We asking with the benign form to the Indonesian force, particularly the Java, to return to their homeland, because they are not our true enemy. Because threatening at the moment in politics, according to politics, we perceive that our national liberation struggle not against a military apparatus. The apparatus only serve the ruling class and the bourgeoisie class at the moment. And in these conditions, it is totally reflect what Fretlin at the moment perceived this. And as they say that we, the military, even some joke that in happening or spread in Ailarang in the bus, they say that if you come, you just serve the dictatorship oligarchy, the dictatorship bourgeoisie in Jakarta, and you have nothing to lose, and you just have to. What you are going to lose is your wife to become, and your son. You just leave them alone, and totally we perceive our struggle in terms of based on the ideas and based on the principle of Marxians anti-colonialisms, a third world anti-colonialisms a la Africanist in some other places. And therefore, maybe this one, I hope people, we totally perceive that we cannot win the Indonesian militarily. And at the beginning, we conduct our war based on the people's war. And this is totally a Maoist Leninist stuff like that. And once the revolutionary struggle became so leninized, and the military took place in our orientation of political struggle, like you may see the creations of the, even as happens in today contemporary Timor-Leste, where you can perceive the veterans, those who are armed forces, armed front, dominated the politics because of a structural change in our revolutionary, in our liberation struggle, in which we shifting from the politics to military, in which the military command the politics, military command the resistance. In these conditions, but it is in symbolical when we imagine our past, remembering our liberation struggle, we always put the military in front, heroism, gloriousms of volunteer, etc., etc. But in all, even the volunteer itself was born based on the politics because of revolutionary decisions by the Fretlin in 1975 in the insurrections, general arms insurrections, and that is a political decision that gave birth to the volunteer as an armed force of the people, of the Maori people. And maybe this one, Mongols are going to turn the mic, and I guess that's all.
No, that was good. Thank you, Fernando, though. Appreciate that. Final question to Nuno Rodriguez.
Can you hear me?
Only just a bit. Maybe move a bit closer or speak up.
I think I have a problem here.
No, we hear you. It's good.
Okay. Just my question is for Rui Feizo and Madalena Barreto. It's about, I think you missed the point of there was a coalition between Unity and Fretilin that was created in January or February 75. And it was the coalition fell apart because of I think because of the I think the work of Indonesian intelligence. Do you think that if all the process that through the auspices of the colonization process and Timor-Leste become an independent country under the process of the colonization is becoming an independent country and sovereign country, we can guarantee that Indonesia will not invade Timor-Leste? Or by the independence under the auspices of the colonization, Indonesia will invade, will also invade Timor-Leste. This context, I think, it is similar to the process that where during the Second World War, with the presence of Australian military or with the absence of Australian military, Japanese government, Japanese military will invade Timor-Leste. I think You said that the misperception and miscalculation of national leader of Timor-Leste, I think also it based on the effect of Cold War that took place at that time. That's the thing they want.
2-minute answer, then we're going to end. Madalena or Rui.
Okay, thank you, Nuno. Of course, there is no way to say that a different way, a different path that would have been followed would have prevented Indonesia from invading. It is quite clear. It is quite clear that Indonesia had some ambition, but I recall the paper that Frédéric Durand wrote in the book I edited about the hesitations of Indonesia. Indonesia also had the diplomats, the military. They had a different. They were not completely unified. We tend to think that Indonesia was completely unified behind an idea that ultimately Timor would have to be Indonesian, and that is certainly not. It's probably not the case. There were some tensions within the Indonesians themselves. Of course, the Indonesian intelligence was operating, and it did operate sometimes even if we take the testimonies at CAVR with the connivance of Portugal or some Portuguese people in the territory. But the breakdown of the coalition is really a very complex theme I can't address right now in this short period. I just want to include another thing, which is Fretilin moved towards a claim, and by the time of the breakdown of the coalition, Fretilin was harboring a claim, and that claim was that Fretilin was the sole legitimate representative of the Malber people. So this made it very difficult for Fretilin to envisage any form of cooperation with other parties, of course, because they denied them the legitimacy to exist and to understand the Portuguese position, which was to stick to internationally accepted standards for trying to pursue a decolonization process. But that, again, is something which Fretilin only reversed in the early 1980s, being pressed by many people to do so. And when they did, it had a very tremendous and positive effect on the struggle, acknowledging that there were other strands of opinion apart from Fretilin itself. But anyway, that's another story, but it is also linked with the breakdown of the coalition. Well,
Thank you so much. We are going to have to end there. There's discussion boards, I believe, so to continue these chats we're having. It's been a very enlightening panel. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking all the speakers for this panel. I think we'll go straight on to the next panel with perhaps a 2-minute break for people to go to the bathroom and so on. And we'll be back with Zelia and the second session of this panel. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you for the great questions. We'll see you all very soon. We'll start almost immediately on the next session after maybe 2-minute break. Thank you. Obrigado.
Okay, we can start now. But I think Camilla is first, then me, right?
Yes, and you're chairing this session, Zelia, I think.
I am chairing this session. Okay, I thought you were. Okay.
I I will introduce you, but you can share. It's in Portuguese.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we will start the second session. We are running very late, so I'm going to ask all of us, including myself, to be as quickly as we can in our presentations. We will start with Camila Traves. She is from University Federal da Bahia, Brazil. She is going to talk with us about the Casa dos Estudantes do Império, the students' house in Portugal, and the role in the formation of political elites in a transnational view. Then it will be me, and Michael will do my presentation. So I'm going to pass the word to Camila. Okay, you can turn on your microphone.
I'm trying to share screen here. Hi, morning. Ok, I will talk in português, ok? Bom dia a todos e todas. Bom, obrigada, Zélia, obrigada, Michael. Muito bom estar aqui dividindo este painel com vocês e com todos os colegas. Conseguem ver a tela? Acredito que sim, já, né? Bom, vou trazer algumas reflexões sobre a Casa dos Estudantes do Império, que depois também é a Casa dos Timores, né? E a relação, então, dessas casas em Lisboa, e não só em Lisboa, também em outros lugares de Portugal, mas eu vou focar mais no de Lisboa, e a formação política, né, das elites, não só timorenses. Aqui, claro, o nosso foco é Timor-Leste, mas eu vou fazer algumas comparações com outras ex-colônias de Portugal, né? Provavelmente eu não vou trazer nenhuma informação nova para quem já pesquisa há mais tempo. Essa pesquisa é uma parte inicial do meu doutoramento na Universidade Federal da Bahia, mas então eu acho que talvez uma análise que talvez seja um pouco diferente, apesar a história todos nós já conhecemos, mas é pensar tanto a Casa dos Estudantes do Império e depois mais especificamente a Casa dos Timores como um lugar de pensamento de fronteira. E aí aqui eu estou usando um conceito principalmente do Grossfogel, mas também do Mignolo. Então, pensando utilizando alguns conceitos das teorias decoloniais para pensar as relações que se estabeleceram nessas casas. Então, vou trazer um pouquinho do conceito do pensamento de fronteira, não sei se todos estão familiarizados. O pensamento de fronteira, ele subverte, então, a lógica colonial, né? Mas ele se dá exatamente nas fronteiras, nas rupturas que existem do próprio mundo colonial ocidental colonizador, né? Então, não à toa, essa Casa dos Estudantes do Império tem esse nome pomposo, né? Estava localizada em Lisboa, principalmente, estava localizada na metrópole, Portugal, né? Mas, ao mesmo tempo, está em relação com o mundo não ocidental e colonizado. Então, os outros corpos, as outras mentalidades, as outras intelectualidades não ocidentais se apropriando da lógica colonial e reutilizando muitas vezes, inclusive no debate anterior estávamos aí falando da lógica do Malberi, né, que eu também já em outro evento trouxe essa tentativa de análise do uso do termo Malberi também nessa lógica decolonial. É um bom exemplo de como que esses jovens timorenses, não só timorenses, né, moçambicanos, angolanos, guineenses, se utilizaram da lógica colonial e foram também inspirados uns pelos outros e reorganizaram essas ideias, reutilizaram os conceitos coloniais para pensar, então, num projeto de independência, nos seus projetos nacionalistas, numa lógica decolonial. O pensamento de fronteira também, eu acho ele um conceito importante para a gente analisar o que aconteceu nas casas, né, na casa dos estudantes, porque ele favorece diálogos, criações, reinvenções, né? E um termo que o pessoal os colegas do SES já estão bastante familiarizados, que é a pluriversidade, né, das epistemologias e das vivências. Que então você sai de uma lógica exclusivamente colonial ou de uma única visão de mundo e você abre para uma diversidade, uma pluralidade de epistemologias, de conhecimentos. Então você reconhece e você valoriza conhecimentos outros que antes eram subjugados, né? Então, esse pensamento de fronteira, ele não descarta o pensamento colonial, ele se reapropria, né? Só que ele não se limita ao pensamento cartesiano, como eu falei, ocidental, né? Porque, afinal de contas, ele é protagonizado por outros corpos, outras mentes, outras pessoas. Então, saímos da lógica do colonizador, aí normalmente o homem branco, europeu, altamente escolarizado, né? E a gente passa para outros corpos, outras lógicas. Então, aqui entram os colonizados, os não brancos, as mulheres, né? Os catuas, enfim, outros corpos e outras mentes que antes não eram valorizadas. Eu trouxe só algumas imagens para a gente guiar a apresentação aqui, mas acho que todos já sabem a história da Casa dos Estudantes do Império. Ela foi formada, né, numa lógica colonial de educar as futuras elites dos não eram países, né, dos territórios, das colônias, e educá-los na lógica colonial, né? E isso tinha funcionado muito bem, por exemplo, para a elite brasileira na época colonial, né? Nós tivemos aí 2 séculos que todos os quadros da elite estatal brasileira eram formados em Coimbra. Mas, né, no século XX as coisas se transformaram. E esse projeto colonial da Casa dos Estudantes do Império acaba por fornecer as ferramentas para uma resistência, né? Para uma nova concepção desse projeto. Então, a Casa dos Estudantes do Império, com suas casas, né? A Casa da Guiné, a Casa de Timor, a Casa de Angola, passam a ser lugares de troca intelectual, de grande movimentação política e de interação horizontal entre esses colegas de vários países. Então, as ideias, e aí principalmente, né, considerando também o próprio momento de Portugal, década de 60 principalmente, dos questionamentos a um regime fascista já em decadência, os questionamentos à lógica colonial, e toda essa efervescência intelectual, ela passa por essa Casa dos Estudantes. E não à toa que, então, esse projeto de resistência, ele está na própria semente do projeto colonial. E isso, os textos, principalmente do professor Mignolo, trabalham muito com essa ideia, né? De que o próprio projeto colonial traz a decolonialidade dentro dela. Porque a colonização requer violência, requer imposição. E os colonizados automaticamente se tornam contra aquilo. Então, a Casa dos Estudantes do Império, no seu próprio projeto de uma lógica de formação de elites políticas que fossem favoráveis, né, a Portugal, acaba trazendo nela mesma a semente ali dessa resistência que nós vamos ver, então, a seguir. E aí, por que isso era tão profícuo mesmo, e tão interessante nessas casas? Porque ali a gente tinha os jovens talvez mais... Eu não vou dizer que eram os jovens mais brilhantes dessas colônias, porque não existiam oportunidades para todos, né? Mas certamente eram alguns dos jovens com acesso à escolaridade, com acesso à própria língua portuguesa, que já é um grande item de exclusão, e que tinham possibilidade de ir para a metrópole estudar, né? E aí, no caso timorense, o professor Antero traz né, a questão das bolsas, o quanto já na década de 70 essas bolsas de estudo foram importantíssimas para que esses grupos de jovens timorenses tivessem acesso à escolarização em nível superior em Portugal. E aí é que eu vou trazer uma relação da história das casas com as histórias timorenses, né? Em 1961, nós temos o que é chamado da Grande Fuga da Casa dos Estudantes do Império, em que cerca de 100 de estudantes, principalmente ligados ao país GC, fugiram, né, da vigilância da PIDE e conseguiram, através das fronteiras, documentos falsos e tudo mais, conseguiram despistar e fugir de fato dessa vigilância e se incorporar à luta armada, né? E aí eu trago aqui então um paralelo, longe de tentar comparar as histórias, mas só para a gente ter aí duas figuras femininas importantes. Do lado timorense, na verdade, Rosa Bonaparte não estava em Portugal, né, na década de 60, ela foi depois, na década de 70, mas as inspirações desses ideais estavam ali, né? E Lili Caboal, que estava de fato nessa fuga de 1961 e que se incorporou então à luta armada, né? E essas duas mulheres talvez sejam algumas das expoentes, né, dessas figuras femininas presentes também nessas casas e presentes nessas lutas anticoloniais. E a partir então dessa fuga, e quando o regime entendeu que a Casa dos Estudantes do Império estava cumprindo um papel muito mais de resistência do que de colonização, a casa foi oficialmente fechada em 1965, mas as casas dos países permaneceram. E aí tem a história que também acredito que a maioria conhece, que é a história da Casa do Timor, né, que foi reapropriada, foi ocupada após diversas divergências políticas, e aí nós temos várias histórias sobre isso, e se tornou a Casa dos Timores, né? Essa foto acredito que também, não sei se a Marisa usou essa ou a outra que eu trouxe na apresentação dela, mas são fotos então dos estudantes timorenses, aí temos ali os estudantes que estavam em Timor na década de 70, antes de 75, alguns desses voltaram para Timor em 74, 75, e alguns sequer conseguiram voltar e fazem parte, inclusive, dos estudantes timorenses que acabaram indo para Maputo, né? No pós-ocupação indonésia. Essa foto aqui, não sei porque ela desapareceu. Mas, enfim, são os estudantes também na casa em 75, né? Algumas fotos aí, novamente.
Camila,
Oi.
I'm sorry, but we are not being able to see the photos.
Não, essa foto está...
We are still looking at the first slide of your PowerPoint. I think you need to pass the slides. It's not passing.
Não, eu tava... Não sei o que aconteceu, então. Só um minuto. Vou tentar novamente. Ai, desculpa,
Share,
eu estava...
and you need to go to that icon to share all the slides. Okay, now we see the photo. Okay, thank you.
Eu vou passar rapidinho, então, só para retomar aqui. Desculpa, eu acho que eu fiz alguma coisa errada no compartilhamento. Mas, enfim, aqui a foto, acho que essa aqui é mais interessante, né? Da Rosa Bonaparte e Lili Caboal, né? E a foto dos estudantes na Casa dos Timores, né? Isso já na década de 70, como eu disse. E essa outra foto que aqui sim aparece já colorida, segundo informações da Pascoela Barreto, tem a Isa Soares, Ico, Guilhermina Araújo, entre outros, né? E aqui, novamente, a gente talvez retome algum debate sobre o arquivo, né, dessas fotos e o debate que a gente fez na terça-feira, do quanto essas fotos estão, na verdade, no Facebook, algumas no arquivo da Casa Comum, mas a dificuldade que a gente tem, inclusive, de ter essas informações e da organização, de fato, dessas fotos, desse material, né? Mas é interessante notar aqui, nessa foto, claro, a bandeira da Fretilin, né? Então, essa ligação muito forte entre a formação política desses jovens, né? A grande atuação deles nessa Casa dos Timores, inclusive os conflitos políticos na Casa dos Timores refletiam e mobilizavam ao mesmo tempo os conflitos políticos que estavam acontecendo em Timor, com a UDT, com a APODET, esses conflitos estavam postos, e aí eu já vou terminar, Zélia, para não passar o meu tempo, mas essa foto aqui, na verdade, né, que a Marisa utilizou na apresentação dela também, que são, perdão, os estudantes timorenses que regressaram, né, de Lisboa, e aí nós temos aqui alguns dos jovens que de fato se incorporaram à luta na Fretilin e que foram pessoas importantíssimas, né, nessa década de 70, principalmente ali para tanto a proclamação de independência timorense quanto a organização da luta da Fretilin. E é interessante pensar que tem aqui um lapso de uma década, talvez, entre a conformação das lutas na Guiné-Bissau, em Angola, em Moçambique, e a influência que, por exemplo, Amilcar Cabral, o próprio Agostinho Neto e outros intelectuais que foram importantes para essas lutas nos outros países, mas que eles deixam um legado que é passado para as outras gerações e para os outros jovens que chegam na Casa dos Estudantes do Império, mesmo já na década de 70. Né? E o quanto que essas lutas anticoloniais africanas influenciam, né, diretamente esses jovens timorenses que vão para Portugal estudar. E o quanto que, por isso, eu trago essa lógica, né, do pensamento de fronteira, para a gente pensar as conexões existentes, né, entre esses jovens, mesmo aí com uma década de diferença entre eles estarem presencialmente na casa, né? Mas a lógica das trocas políticas, trocas intelectuais, das trocas simbólicas mesmo, que essas casas representaram, acaba se tornando um elemento fundamental na organização dessas lutas políticas, né? Então, rapidamente, para finalizar, né, as considerações finais, então, o projeto colonial que estava colocado ali na formação da Casa dos Estudantes do Império, ao mesmo tempo, as resistências e subversões a esse projeto colonial aconteceram ali justamente nessas interações que foram promovidas pelas casas, né? E essas interações que fogem, são essas interações pessoais que fogem ao que um regime colonial ou um regime autoritário consegue controlar, né? A PIDE conseguia controlar a atividade política desses estudantes, sabiam onde estavam, o que estavam fazendo, mas nas casas eles tinham aí uma interação que escapava à possibilidade de controle, né, do regime. Ao mesmo tempo, destaco, então, a circulação de informação, a produção de conhecimento por esses jovens, né, e aí especialmente os jovens timorenses, e sempre apontando para o cuidado de não achar que o nacionalismo timorense meramente copia um nacionalismo já colocado em África, porque não é esse o caso. Muito pelo contrário, eles são muito criativos na criação, nessa imaginação desse Timor-Leste independente. Perdão. E aí nós temos isso principalmente com a utilização do termo Malbere, com as canções nacionalistas que retomam a cultura timorense, que valorizam, né, a população excluída. E essa circulação e essa produção de conhecimento por esses jovens é fundamental, então, na formação do nacionalismo timorense e na organização da luta pela independência. E aí eu uso, então, para tentar entender um pouco essa lógica, esse conceito, né, de pensamento de fronteira, para entender como é que essas construções se deram e como que colaboraram com a luta anticolonial e como que a Casa dos Estudantes do Império teve um papel fundamental, então, nessa construção. Era isso, muito obrigada. Desculpa se eu passei o tempo.
Não. Obrigado, Camila. Obrigado pela brevidade. E, imediatamente, vamos proceder a Zélia Pereira. Zélia Pereira é doutorado em Ciências e Informação e Documentação e mestre em História Social Contemporânea. Tem colaborado em diversos projetos de investigação no domínio da história e da arquivística. Foi técnica de arquivo na Fundação Mário Soares e é atualmente investigadora no Centro de Estudos Sociais da Universidade de Coimbra, como membro da equipa do projeto Aditil, a autodeterminação como RUI de Timor-Leste em estudo de história transnacional. Zélia, obrigado.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Let me see. Can you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. So, I have my PowerPoint in Portuguese, but I think I'm going to make an effort to talk in English because I know some of you are not as familiar with Portuguese. So I'm going to make an effort, although I didn't have my intervention prepared to English, but let's try it. So I am going to talk about something that is very little known, which I have recently uncovered in some Portuguese archives, which is a huge project that some people in Portugal had envisioned to return to Timor after the invasion, military intervention to finish the decolonization process. So we all know that from August 75 until the invasion, Portugal, of course, did very little to gain control of the territory of Timor. Peter and John were talking about this earlier. In fact, the main position in Portugal until then, and also after it, was that Portugal had to withdraw from Timor as quickly as possible, like from all the other colonies also. So there was no will to send more military to Timor. Nevertheless, even if Lemos Pires as a governor asked for more military, he wouldn't find this will in the Portuguese authorities to do that, because what they really wanted was to withdraw from all the colonies, Timor included. And there was no acceptance in Portugal to send more soldiers to the colonies. And I will talk a little bit more of this later. Nevertheless, internationalizing the question of Timor was not something that neither Indonesia, neither Portugal wanted to do. And in Portugal, August 75 onwards, everything was done to delay this internationalization of the problem. And they were expecting, and this was discussed in the National Decolonization Committee, that was a committee that advised the President of the Republic, Costa Gomes, and he chaired this committee. It's very little known, but in fact it was a very, very important committee. Everything about the decolonization process passed there before even going to the Conselho da Revolução, and it needs to be more studied. And they said, we need to postpone the internationalization, we need to have an argument for it. So there were no more than two arguments. Either Fretilin declared the independence, and that would put some issues in the politics and ideologies of the program of the Movimento das Forças Armadas towards decolonization, because they wouldn't want to just give a single one movement the recognition of the independence, because there were others and they wanted to listen to the others, and they wanted the others to tell their position and to be heard. So this would question the whole process of decolonization, and Costa Gomes never really wanted to do this. Or they would wait for the invasion in Indonesia, and that was happening. Everybody knew, Portugal knew that invasion would happen. Nevertheless, we need to know that in Portugal, there was a profound turmoil between the militaries, between the social, everything in Portugal was very, very complicated during the summer of '75 and until November. So they waited as long as they could. And when the invasion in Indonesia happens, Portugal, as everybody knows, immediately cuts down the diplomatic relations with Indonesia. And then he had the argument to go to the United Nations and present its case. And 3 days after this happened, there was a very important meeting of this decolonization committee. And in the same day, following the decisions made in this committee, Costa Gomes, not as president of the Republic, but as the head of the military forces in Portugal, because he had he was the president and also head of the armed forces in Portugal. So in the committee, it was decided to create a very, very large military force to return to Timor. They called it Força Expedicionária, Expeditionary Force. Sometimes in the documents also appears as Corps, Expeditionary Corps instead of Força. So what they decided and what Costa Gomes asked the military to do then, they decided to create this huge force, and I'm going to talk numbers a little bit after. The mission of this huge force was to support the Portuguese authority in Timor so they could, in fact, regain a little control of the territory and, in fact, go ahead with a process of self-determination, following, of course, the recommendations of the United Nations. This was like an honor issue for the MFA in Portugal and for a lot of the responsibles, political responsibles in Portugal. This force was to be composed by 2 battalions. This two battalions is it's an enormous force. This battalion would include several companies, units, which is in the military hierarchy immediately after battalions. These companies would be provided by the 3 military forces in Portugal. The Navy would provide a company of Marines. The Air Force would provide also the parachutists. It's parachutists, I think it's that. The Army would provide its elite force, it's called the Commandos in Portugal, and also the military police. And there also will be many other troops to assure everything would go on. What did they want to do in Timor? They want to occupy Dili and Baucau. Baucau because of the airport. They wanted to occupy these 2 major cities, and then let's see what happens with the rest of the territory. And it was predictable that this mission would take like 3 months. I don't know where did they get the 3 months, but it has a lot to do with the military commissions of the military in this period. It was short commissions. And this huge force was to be, according to this order issued by Costa Gomes, needed to be ready at the December 29. So they were waiting, of course, for the resolutions to be taken in the United Forces and in the United Nations. So they had a plan B. They were hoping that in the United Nations, if an intervention from Portugal was not very welcome, maybe they could eventually launch the path to a multinational force to go to Timor and finish the self-determination process. So this was a plan B, but not the plan A. The plan A was to go back. Of course, this was very difficult to do. But nevertheless, there was this group of militaries that reunited to study how could they plan this force. Costa Gomes nominated the commander of the force and the chief of the army, of course, the state, the general's chief, which was to be the number 2. Then he nominated them both, and they started to the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, they started to look at their possibilities. This working group that was formed immediately saw that they had numerous problems that they need to attend to. First of all, it was impossible to send this military force without having some backup from the United States, from Australia, from Indonesia, of course, from China, and of course also the United Nations. But of course, Portugal couldn't return also to Timor if the East Timorese movements, parties wouldn't agree with it. So this was something that they wanted to also to have the agreement. And there was a logistical problem, a very difficult problem. They had, if they wanted to go back, they had to use Darwin in Australia as a logistic place, so that the Navy could send the ships there to do the fuel, to get fuel, the planes, everything had to go to Darwin. And there was, of course, to organize this force, the factor of the time. So Indonesia was already in the territory. This would take an enormous time to prepare, and there was, in fact, the fait accompli. They needed also to have the 2 naval ships always present in the waters of Timor. They had already there 2 naval. The Portuguese Navy had already there 2 ships, but they had to alternate in the patrol because, of course, they weren't self-sufficient in fuel, and they had to go to Darwin many times to have more fuel. And of course, if there was any problem, if they needed to withdraw quickly troops in case of a conflict, they had to have backup ships, as they did, of course, in August 75, when all those people left Dili. They would need helicopters to go to different parts of the territory, and they will need what? Planes to get all this force in Timor. This would cost a huge amount of money, millions and millions of dollars, according to some estimates that this working group has come together. And there was another very big issue. How would they mobilize these troops? And you have here a pamphlet of a party, a communist one in Portugal, but it reflects a little, even if it's the left wing, but it reflects the social position that was very common in Portugal. There is no one who wanted to send more soldiers to any colony, not even Timor, which was in the end of the world. So not one more single soldiers to the colony. How would they, in this with this slogan behind the Portuguese society, because it was very, very strong slogan, how would they deploy to Timor thousands of men, almost 2,000? So this was very, very hard to accomplish. As you know, in December, 22 December, the United Nations Security Council issued its resolution. It condemned the invasion, and it decided to eventually send someone someone from the United Nations to visit the territory. But at the end of the month, Portugal lost definitely any chance, because, you know, Indonesians took Atauro. And of course, this whole thing turned out to be very difficult to accomplish. In this slide here, I have a few notes on what they needed to go back. So they needed, of course, to regain control of the two airports, Baucau and of course the city of Dili. They didn't know, after the bombing of Dili and bombing of other places in East Timor, if they would have buildings in order to get the installation. So they would need to know where could they install this force. They would need vehicles. They would need to consider the need to go to bring to Timor a barracks and all the things that the soldier would need to live, including their own beds. Of course, they would need to have the power, electric supply, and they would have to go and transport electric generators. They would have to have fuels, including for the helicopters, not only for everything else, but they would need to provide fuels for the helicopters. And in the first time, they thought they would send 9 helicopters. They later reduced this project to 6. They would need to send radios. They would need to send devices to do the air control, because these were not available in Dili. They would have to send kitchens and meals and infirmaries. They would need to assure that the soldiers would have something to do with their free time, unless they wanted to have problems with keeping the discipline. So they would need to send a team first to check locally, and how would they see, well, how would they do this with Indonesia already in place. And of course, that putting all these people, putting all this material in Timor would need transportation. Transport by a plane would be quick, but not available for everything. The Air Force said, we can dismantle the helicopters, and we send the helicopters dismantled, and then we put them in Baucau, and then we assemble the helicopters in Baucau, for instance. Oh, but the army then said, yes, but the vehicles we need, we can't put them in the helicopters, we need to send them by sea, and it will take 2 months to get to Timor. So there was the problem of the time. And for all of this, they had to also have the permits, international permits, to fly to the planes, and also to the ships they intended to send. So this
Delia, 5 minutes.
Okay, this force was to be about 2,000 men. 2,000 men. Not yet. There weren't 2,000 men in the early 75. So how would they put there? And there will be no way to put backup in case they need it. So the Marine also said, the ships we have in Timor costs a lot of money. They are not doing anything there. Australia is putting problems in Darwin, so they don't want the ships there. And we did not teach the Marines to go to Timor. And then the Air Force said, oh, but one of our planes, they had 2 Boeings. They had bought 2 Boeings in the early 70s for the service of the colonies. One of our Boeings is not available. We can ask the national aviation, the top one Boeing, but TAP said, no, we need the airplanes to other things, and we have coming the tourist season early, so we need the planes. The army said, oh no, we can't put there the military police, they don't want to go. And of course, the Portuguese government said, okay, we don't have internal support, we will not have external support, and this will cost a lot of money. Australia doesn't want to help. Australia says they don't want us in Darwin, so we cannot do this. So what happened was the mission of Winspeed, Richard, the delegate of the Secretary General of the United Nations, they decided to wait. But this visit will not change the fait accompli. So the National Committee of Decolonization is with a dilemma. Should they keep the decolonization principles, or should they definitely assume that the responsibility of Timor was to be to the United Nations? But they had one problem. They had a group of military, Portuguese military, that were prisoners. And they had, of course, and this is an expression from Costa Gomes, they had to save the face from all things, especially to the Portuguese and the process of decolonization. So they went from a few months until waiting, for instance, for the next meeting at UN in April '76. They decided to wait as long as they could to see what could happen. But then, of course, you know, there was that popular assembly in Delhi in late May. So when it comes to May and June, the National Committee of Decolonization decides, okay, there is no way we can put this huge expeditionary force in Timor. We are going to bring back the ships of the Navy we have there. And Costa Gomes and the National Committee of Decolonization decide, okay, we will deal with the problems of the Portuguese that remain there, the military, in informal mechanisms, not by the diplomacy. And then, you know, of course, and Rui has also published something about this question of the prisoners. They deal with it. They negotiated secretly with Indonesia and with the Governo Provisório of Timor to release the prisoners. And then when it comes to July, a new president of the Republic is going to take the charge, and he will reunite you will listen to the national community one last time. It's the last meeting of this committee. It's in early August. The military were saved by then. And okay, so our constitution decides that this is something that president and the government will take place from here. So the National Committee of Decolonization is no longer needed. Timor is occupied, and we will definitely put this question in the United States. So this project, and to finish, was something that I would say it's like a metaphor of the swan song that sometimes we have heard about. It's a big project, but it was just only to save the face of some that eventually thought that in a remote scenario this could have happened. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zelia, for keeping to time as well. Would you like to introduce Maria?
Yes, so we are going to have next Maria José Garrido, which is a Portuguese journalist. She is very familiar with the question of the problems of the Timor-Leste and the self-determination process and the fight for the struggle for independence. And she is going to talk about the specific role of the Catholic Church in this process. So please, Maria José, you have the microphone for you.
Okay, I'm going to try to share the are you seeing my, no.
Not yet. We cannot listen to you. You need to turn on your microphone.
Are you?
You have your microphone on.
Okay, I have my microphone on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you seeing my PowerPoint?
No, not yet.
No, share screen.
Share screen. Okay. Oh, wait.
Green button on the bottom.
I know, but I cannot understand why you can't see it. Okay.
You then need to choose the particular screen like your PowerPoint. You should see your options.
Okay, it's here. Okay, okay, it's here?
Yes.
Okay, so the PowerPoint. Okay, I begin my intervention with the story of this priest. This is Padre João de Deus, the priest João de Deus Pires. And one of the stories that he told me in 2015 when I was in East Timor doing my research, my work research for my master thesis, he told me one of a funny story. Once he was asked by the guerrilla to take a machine gun from Baucau to Dili. I don't know if you are familiar with the map, but Baucau is somewhere in the eastern part and Dili it's more west. So he was asked by the guerrilla to take the machine gun from Baucau to Dili. And from Baucau to Dili, he had 14 checkpoints of the police. So he left early in the morning to avoid these checkpoints. And in Lalaya, there was an Indonesian soldier that asked him for a lift. And so he agreed. And so the soldier went and sits back on the machine gun until Dili. So this is one of the stories. There are so many stories with the priests, with their collaboration. And this is one of the stories of this man who is a Portuguese priest who was in East Timor since the 50s. The collaboration of the church with the resistance was enormous. The religious supported the resistance with food, money, medicine, and with the transport of guns and political influence. I can tell you, for instance, that Father Leão da Costa and Domingos da Cunha, those two priests, they kept working Externato de São José, a school where they taught all the subjects in Portuguese. He said to me in 1915 that the language was the language of the resistance and it was important to keep teaching it. Father Francisco Barreto, that you can see right in the front, receiving something that I cannot tell, was responsible for the nomination of Connie Santana instead of Taur Matan Huarc as a commander of Falentil. Behind him is Eligio Locatelli, an Italian priest that it was very important. Domingos Malber, Filomeno Jacó, and Francisco Fernandes were part of the organization in the National Convention in Peniche in 1998. And Luís Costa was one of the 6 priests who were with the guerrilla and the population in the mountains. He was part of the political organization Fretilin and carried the gun, usually. Xanana, when he was arrested, says that he was in Dili through a priest to take care of the transfer of war material. Martinho da Costa Lopes, which was the first Timorese head of the church in East Timor, he brought the first pictures that were published in this brochure of the genocide and the guerrilla when he came to Portugal. In the meeting with Xanana Guzmão, before he came to Portugal, he tried to influence the guerrilla to drop the Marxist ideology. The Fretilin will leave this ideology only in 1984. One of the things that the religious always wanted to make sure in their interviews and meetings at the high level meetings even, was that the fighters was not the communist fighters, because they usually underlined the Catholic faith of the resistance to prove that they were not communists. We all know that the threat of communists was one of the reasons that explains the invasions. And so the priests were trying, and mainly these, the heads, the bishops in the church were always trying to say that they were not communists, and they were saying they are Catholics, so they cannot be communists. Even the Timorese church were afraid, but in fact, in 1975, even the Timorese church were afraid of the communists threatening, and were at least divided in what concerns the invasion. What makes them turn is the human rights violation. Father João de Deus, the first priest that I presented to you, told me also that he saw people hanged, he saw people dying, people killed. So it was the slaughter that made the massacres, the violations of human rights that made the church turn in favor of the fight. The Bishop of Dili, José Joaquim Ribeiro, the bishop that was, when it was the invasion in East Timor, a Portuguese bishop, sent a letter to the Indonesian government after the invasion, saying that compared with the threatening, the soldiers of Indonesia were 1,000 times worse. He told Bishop Basílio do Nascimento, when he was not a bishop yet, that 3 hours before we wanted them to come, 3 hours after they were hated until today. Since the invasion, the church was the shelter of the people. That was the first thing that the church, the contribution of the church, they were protecting the people. So when the Timorese had to choose the religion, because it was mandatory to choose, they chose the Catholicism. In 20 years, they passed from 30% of the population that were Catholics to 90%, and that was during the occupation. Luís Filipe Tomás, one academic Portuguese, says that it was the desire of identification, but also it was because the church was the only institution that stayed in East Timor. The church was the only institution that stayed with the population, was the institution that was more responsible for the Portuguese colonization through the faith and education. So the Timorese know them and trusted them. During the first years of the occupation, the church was the institution that interceded also near the Indonesian authorities. And they did it until they were tired. Because they could not be listened. Nothing happened, the violations of human rights continued. So in the 80s, there was a turning point when the church, Martinho da Costa Lopes, that was the apostolic administration, and other priests wrote Reflexão sobre a Fé, the reflection about the faith in 1981. And they read it in the conference of the Indonesian religions, the Masri. And it was an accusation, an exposure of the genocide that was happening in East Timor. Another moment also in 1981 was when Martinho da Costa Lopes condemned in his homily during the procession of the Holy Lady, the massacre of 500 people in Sant António de la Cluta. He will write about this in 1985, and he says that there was pregnant woman opened and whose babies were pulled out with violence from their wombs and put it against the rocks. So it was a violent massacre that occurred then. In 1998, I forgot to show you, this is the reflection of faith that the religious read in 1991. But this letter, it's an amazing letter because it's from 1997, but it was only known in 1982. It was the first letter of Padre Leão da Costa, the priest Leão da Costa, the first letter for friends, and the letter was disclosed in 1982 when the Pope visited Portugal, and it was delivered by nuns. And this letter, if you can read it, it's a very impressive, a very emotional letter that tells how people, how genocide is beginning, how people is letting to be died and left to the birds to eat. So during the years of occupation, the letters of priests is one of the ways they had for the world to know what was happening in East Timor, because, as you know, East Timor was closed until 1989. João Felgueiras and José Alves Martins, I have two pictures of them to give faces to their acts. This is João Felgueiras and José Alves Martins, the two Jesuit priests that stayed in East Timor. They must have been those who wrote more. The letters were sent through the church net. That is very important, the net that they have around the world, because the Catholic Church is all over the world. The church is an institution with credibility, so it was the source of ONGs, politicians, which was very important in this closed territory. The net expanded also to other organizations in the Christian world. And for instance, the net was used outside the territory, but also inside. For instance, when Carlos Ximenes Belo, the Bishop of Dili, after Dom Martinho da Costa Lopes, when he wanted to meet with Xanana Guzmão, he asked Father Eligio Locatelli, an Italian priest in Fatumaca, in the Colégio of Fatumaca, to arrange the meeting. And Eligio Locatelli organized the meeting between the Dom Ximenes Belo and Xanana Guzmão. It was the first meeting. And the net was used also when Ximenes Belo wrote Eligio Locatelli is this priest, and the net was used also when Dom Carlos wrote to the Secretary General of UN, Xavier Pérez de Coelhar, asking for a referendum. He does it through the bishop in Portugal, Dom Manuel Martins. He put the letter inside another letter and inside another letter and sent the letter through the net of the church. And Dom Manuel Martins was able to make the letter for the UN Secretary General to arrive at UN. Dom Manuel Martins, the Bishop of Setúbal, here in Portugal, is an important figure in Portugal as well. He was one of the few people in the Portuguese church, in the hierarchy of the Portuguese church, that always supported the East Timorese. He talked about it in interviews, in international forums, and he wrote to bishops around the world to support the cause. The Vatican once even forbids him to talk about East Timor, but in an interview that I had with him, he told me, first I obey to God, and then I obey to man. And that is written in the Gospel, so I'm doing what the Gospel says, and he didn't obey the Vatican.
5 minutes, Maria.
Okay, oh, I still have, okay. The support of international church took time. Even the Vatican had an ambiguous role. He doesn't recognize the integration, but he doesn't give Dili a bishop after Dom José Ribeiro resigned. So Dom Martin was only an apostolic administration. The Vatican was divided between the slaughtered people of East Timor and the millions of Catholics in Indonesia. Don Carlos remembers even a conversation with the Pope where he said that there was 6 million Catholics in Indonesia. Despite this ambiguity, the visit of the Pope João Paulo II in 1989 was the point where East Timor cause was reactivated. The demonstration after the Mass was very important because the Pope visit has a media coverage and put East Timor in the world press. After that, the Santa Cruz massacre, of course, was the turning point. The slaughter in the cemetery full of crosses with prayers known to the Western world made the Western opinion to change his vision about East Timor. And as Basílio do Nascimento said to me in 1915, the Pope's visit put East Timor in the map. The slaughter in Santa Cruz gave the independence to East Timor. In 1996, the Nobel Peace Prize was shared between the political leadership and also between, this is the visit of the Pope, this is the massacre, okay, we all know. In 1996, the Nobel Peace Prize was shared between the political leadership and the church leadership of East Timor. It was the recognition of the work of the church as the voice of the voiceless people. Martin da Costa Lopes and Carlos Ximenes Belo and all the priests and nuns were voices and were the voice. And in the high-level meetings, Don Ximenes told me that he always talked about the rights of the Timorese and asked governments not to sell weapons to Indonesia. The political intervention of East Timorese church is, in my opinion, so important as the intervention of figures like Martin Luther King and his fight against segregation in the United States, or the liberation of theology, the theology liberation in the South America that asked for dignity of the people. It inspired also young people, and there is people like João Vitor do Rego and Júlio Crispim that decided to become priests because they told me like that they could help more easily to cooperate with the resistant. João Vitor do Rego even defends the political role of the priests. He says Christ screams and in the scream of those who suffer. In 1999, when the referendum happened, the church also tried the reconciliation and at the same time taught the people how to put the cross in the right square. The end, we all know. The Timorese voted for independence. In the process, there were priests and nuns assassinated, and the house of the bishop was burned. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maria José. It was a very interesting presentation. We will now go to Daniel De Luca, which comes from us from Brazil. He is a professor at the Unilab, University Unilab, Universidade da Integração Internacional da Lusofonia Afro-Brasileira. He was going to talk to us about a publication, Cadernos do Terceiro Mundo, and how Timor-Leste appears in this specific publication. So he's going to cover the press, the solidarity, and the resistance in the concept of the Global South. Please, Daniel, you can turn on your microphone and start.
The PowerPoint is open. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I speak in Portuguese, okay? Queria agradecer mais uma vez a oportunidade, agradecer Zélia, Michael Leach, por estar aqui e aprender e trocar com os colegas. Essa apresentação é parte da pesquisa mais ampla, cuja outra parte também eu comentei na terça-feira, né? Compartilhei e discuti com vocês. Só para retomar um pouco o enquadramento geral da pesquisa mais ampla que eu tenho desenvolvido, é pensar a resistência, ou seja, a diáspora e a diplomacia timorense, Moçambique e Brasil, e também a posição desses países, tanto na política externa quanto na sociedade civil, em relação à questão de Timor. Mais especificamente, estou querendo ver como aqui timorenses, moçambicanos e brasileiros se encontraram, estabeleceram laços nesses 24 anos de luta pela libertação de Timor-Leste. Então, essa perspectiva, a pesquisa tem uma perspectiva de articular 3 regiões do sul global, marcadas pelo legado do colonialismo português, América do Sul, Sudeste Asiático e África Austral. Tá? Essa é um pouco a ideia geral, e no que se refere ao Brasil, gente, só para contextualizar um pouco, eu falei um pouco na aula, no encontro passado sobre Moçambique, contextualizar só a situação brasileira. A literatura que aborda o envolvimento de Timor-Leste, de Brasil com Timor-Leste, focaliza sobretudo nos anos 90, e não é à toa, porque foi nesse momento mesmo que, digamos, a política externa brasileira começou a dar sinais e algumas respostas um pouco mais palpáveis nesse sentido. Mas eu estou querendo mapear relações não unicamente institucionais, e estou preocupado também em entender a situação do Brasil nos anos 70 e 80, que essa é um hiato, é uma ausência, é um gap muito grande na literatura sobre o fenômeno. Essa pesquisa está em curso ainda, como eu falei, é uma pesquisa que eu estou fazendo sem nenhum recurso, como tem acontecido nas universidades brasileiras, sob ataque, nesse contexto atual. Mas em 75, qual era o contexto do Brasil? A gente vivia uma ditadura militar, é um momento estratégico, é uma ditadura militar apoiada pelos Estados Unidos, mas em 74 entra um presidente Geisel e muda a política externa, ele coloca esse nome, uma política externa ecumênica e responsável, que tem uma abertura para o terceiro mundo. E se abre a embaixada, por exemplo, em Pequim, que tinha sido fechada com o golpe de 64, e se reabre a embaixada em Jacarta, do Brasil em Jacarta. Interessante também que em 75 o Brasil a política externa brasileira sempre exalta que o Brasil foi o primeiro país a reconhecer a independência de Angola. E de fato foi. E isso causou problemas, por exemplo, da diplomacia brasileira com os Estados Unidos e com o próprio Portugal, porque não achava que o Brasil não deveria ter reconhecido antes de Portugal reconhecer. O Brasil tinha um tratado de cortesia e diplomacia com Portugal que fez o Brasil ficar apoiando o colonialismo português desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial. Então, quando Timor declara independência em 75, todos os PALOP, os países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa, reconhecem a independência de Timor-Leste. Portugal não, mas o Brasil também não reconhece. Isso tem questões. O Brasil e o motivo pelo qual o Brasil não reconhece a independência de Timor, ele é complexo, né? E eu estou estudando ainda, não tive acesso, ainda precisa consultar os acessos da documentação diplomática da Embaixada Brasileira em Jacarta. Isso é muito importante, nunca foi feito. Mas o que é importante destacar é que alguns problemas, quando o Brasil reconheceu a independência dos países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa, como Angola e Moçambique, ele teve problemas internacionais e nacionais. Internacionais com os Estados Unidos e com Portugal, e nacionais com a comunidade portuguesa, que fazia um lobby muito grande contra o reconhecimento desses países de regime socialista, contra as forças políticas nacionais brasileiras conservadoras que viam essa atitude do governo como pró-comunista. O governo brasileiro tinha acabado de sair uma guerra interna no Brasil, a Guerra do Araguaia. Acabou a Guerra do Araguaia e o Brasil reconhece um governo marxista. Matou vários militantes marxistas no Brasil e logo depois reconhece um governo marxista. E tem uma outra questão também, que nesse momento está vindo um fluxo migratório de portugueses para o Brasil muito grande, de Angola e Moçambique, que estão se refugiando aqui. E esse fluxo de portugueses está reforçando ainda o lobby anti-reconhecimento, anti-estreitamento de relações entre Brasil e países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa. E, por último, e muito importante, a Ásia, historicamente, na diplomacia brasileira, sempre foi muito distante, foi uma região muito distante. Então, mas, de qualquer maneira, a diplomacia brasileira condena a invasão de Timor-Leste. Em 85, José Sarney, o primeiro presidente da República Civil, pós 21 anos de ditadura militar, ele fala na abertura da Assembleia da ONU sobre Timor, destacando os crimes de Timor. Foi o primeiro presidente civil que se manifesta publicamente sobre a questão de Timor e, posteriormente, 11 anos depois, quando Ramos Horta visita, uma das visitas que Ramos Horta faz ao Brasil, ele se encontra com essa foto do encontro com o ex-presidente José Sarney. Eu também tenho mapeado, identificando as visitas, né? A minha pesquisa, eu estou focalizando muito nos anos 90, que é quando os grupos de solidariedade surgiram no Brasil. Mas a minha apresentação aqui é sobre cadernos de terceiro mundo. Por que caderno de terceiro mundo? Inicialmente, eu identifiquei um arquivo importante na caderno de terceiro mundo, um arquivo subalterno, um arquivo menor e um arquivo em exílio também, porque ela vai se deslocando em vários países. Mas também depois eu descobri que os agentes, a equipe editorial da caderno de terceiro mundo estabeleceu relações muito estreitas com os timorenses. E é por isso que eu focalizei essa apresentação na caderno de terceiro mundo. E aí precisa de um escopo um pouco maior, pensar as ditaduras no Cone Sul. Então temos sucessivos golpes de Estado apoiados pelos Estados Unidos, no Brasil 64, 73 a gente tem no Chile e no Uruguai, esses golpes são apoiados pelo próprio regime brasileiro, e depois 76 na Argentina. O Cone Sul, depois Paraguai já estava em golpe, e o Cone Sul todo se fecha em regimes militares. E tem prisão, assassinato de oponentes, a imprensa censurada e cada vez os oponentes vão se exilando cada vez mais para o norte. A equipe editorial da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, elas estavam, por exemplo, no Uruguai quando quiseram criar a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo. Teve o golpe, foram para a Bolívia. Na Bolívia, eles queriam criar no Chile a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo. Foram para o Chile, teve o golpe no Chile. Foram para o Peru, foram para a Argentina. A situação na Argentina também começou a recrudescer. Criaram a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo na Argentina e depois também teve o golpe na Argentina, se deslocaram para o Peru e depois para o México. Então, é uma equipe editorial que também estava em exílio. É uma revista em exílio. E passou, pelo menos a sede da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, passou pela Argentina, pelo Peru, pelo México, por Portugal e pelo Brasil. A última sede dela foi no Rio de Janeiro. Então, as questões mais gerais que eu faço aqui, nessa breve apresentação, como a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo imaginou o Timor-Leste na história transnacional do Terceiro Mundo e como essa revista aproximou Brasil e Timor-Leste, países situados na antípodas do globo, né? São 12 horas de distância do Brasil e Timor-Leste. Timor está muito distante da nossa imaginação política e da nossa imaginação geográfica aqui no Brasil. Vamos lá. Aqui é uma imagem, vou passar algumas imagens da Caderno. À esquerda temos o lançamento. A Caderno de Terceiro Mundo ela foi publicada em 3 línguas: em espanhol, em inglês e em português. Sendo que em português chegou a ter 2 versões, uma para o Brasil e outra do português de Portugal, mas para a África, para os países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa. Ela era uma caderna era uma revista que tinha uma proposta internacionalista. À esquerda vocês veem a divulgação na Caderno de Terceiro Mundo em espanhol do lançamento da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo em português, em língua portuguesa. Interessante destacar que está destacando como leitor em Timor-Leste, o público leitor alvo, né, de Timor-Leste. Não se tem nenhuma notícia que ela tenha chegado no território timorense durante a ocupação, mas demonstra uma intenção dos autores. Tá? Isso é um aspecto importante, demonstra uma intenção dos autores. E a direita demonstra também esse caráter multilingüe da Cadernos de Terceiro Mundo. Aqui são duas imagens só de reportagens especiais da Caderno do Terceiro Mundo sobre as conferências dos movimentos não alinhados. A Caderno do Terceiro Mundo teve uma figura-chave na criação dessa revista, que foi um brasileiro chamado Neiva Moreira. Ele é um político e um grande intelectual brasileiro, falecido já. Ele foi o principal fundador, foi depois do golpe de Estado no Brasil, ele se exilou e criou, e foi em 73, ele foi para Argel, participar do 4º Congresso do Movimento Não Alinhados. Lá ele teve contato com as lideranças do MPLA, do PAIGC e da Frelimo, e da luta de libertação da Palestina, e teve consciência da importância da imprensa nos fenômenos do terceiro mundo que estavam em curso. Ele também, ou seja, a imprensa tem um papel político como um agente na política internacional muito importante. Ainda hoje no Brasil, toda a imprensa, todo o noticiário internacional, na América Latina isso é muito forte, mas no Brasil mais ainda, o noticiário internacional é muito marcado pelos correspondentes da Europa e dos Estados Unidos. Os correspondentes do terceiro mundo não aparecem. Então, ele criou essa revista com a perspectiva de ser uma revista sobre política internacional do terceiro mundo, escrita por personalidades do terceiro mundo, que valorizassem o protagonismo e a perspectiva dos agentes do terceiro mundo. E incorporou toda a ideia de terceiro mundo como um projeto político que estava colocada no movimento dos não alinhados nos anos 70. Então, em 73, ele tem contato com os movimentos de libertação africano. Em 74, ele começa a estabelecer, estreitar essas relações. A Cadernos é fundada em 74. Em 75, ele é chamado, é convidado para fazer matérias de cobertura das independências africanas. Pelas entrevistas que eu tive com a esposa, né, viúva do Neiva Moreira, Beatriz Bício, ela fazia parte da equipe editorial também da Caderno do Terceiro Mundo, e ela falou que conheceu os timorenses em Luanda e em Maputo, na situação justamente da independência dos países. Isso é interessante, porque quando Moçambique declara independência, Moçambique não convida a delegação brasileira para participar da independência. Por que não convida? Não convida porque o Brasil, a política externa brasileira sempre apoiou o colonialismo português. E os timorenses foram convidados. Por outro lado, existia um grande número de brasileiros em Maputo, naquele momento da independência moçambicana, convivendo com os timorenses por conta do exílio. Então, tinham exilados brasileiros em Maputo que participaram da cerimônia de independência, mas não a delegação oficial da diplomacia brasileira. Posteriormente, brasileiros e timorenses vão se encontrar também na independência de Angola. O que eu estou trazendo aqui para vocês, essas duas imagens do Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, é só para mostrar a ideia de um projeto político por trás da ideia de terceiro mundo e da ideia da imprensa e da comunicação colocada pela Cadernos do Terceiro Mundo, mas também na matéria da esquerda está destacando que Timor é uma pauta dos movimentos não alinhados. Timor, no 4º, no 5º e no 6º Conferência dos Movimentos Não Alinhados, ele foi colocado como questão justamente pelos países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa. Era uma maneira de peitar, de fazer frente à presença indonésia, porque o movimento ele tem uma base muito grande na Indonésia por causa de Bandung, mas naquele momento já era Sukarno, era uma ditadura alinhada com os Estados Unidos, que é muito dissonante. Mas a presença de Timor-Leste e dos africanos impediu sucessivamente, que a Indonésia conseguisse se candidatar à presidência rotativa do movimento não alinhados. Aqui, só para mostrar que a Caderno do Terceiro Mundo não foi a única publicação terceiro-mundista da época. A esquerda, eu já comentei na terça-feira, mas é a revista moçambicana Tempo, que também tem uma atenção muito interessante para a política internacional do terceiro mundo, só que ela tem uma tiragem muito restrita e voltada para o contexto moçambicano. E à direita, a gente tem a revista Tricontinental. Na capa, esse número, pelo que eu sei, é o único número da revista Tricontinental que tem uma capa com Timor-Leste. A revista Tricontinental é uma revista cubana, decorrente da Conferência Tricontinental de 66, no qual Cuba entrou, né, fortaleceu sua posição no movimentos não alinhados, e essa publicação da revista Tricontinental foi feita por ocasião da visita de Abílio Araújo a Cuba, quando Cuba estava apoiando a Angola na resistência contra a intervenção sul-africana em Angola. A Bíblia Araújo foi para Cuba querendo pedir ajuda militar também. Assim como Cuba ajudou Angola, a Bíblia Araújo gostaria que Cuba ajudasse também Timor na resistência. Não foi possível por uma série de questões logísticas e interesse de Cuba estava voltada para o Atlântico Sul e não para o Pacífico. Mas, de qualquer maneira, essa é para mostrar que a revista Tricontinental era escrita só em espanhol. Tinha uma difusão internacional maior na América Latina, mas só escrita em espanhol. Ou seja, comparado com a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo era uma revista terceiro-mundista que tinha uma amplitude maior, sobretudo porque ela circulava em 3 línguas. Aqui são 2 artigos do Neiva Moreira. À esquerda é uma análise dele uma publicação de 74, uma análise que ele faz da geopolítica do Índico, para vocês verem um tipo de jornalismo que se fazia, um jornalismo de crítica de política internacional. E à direita é a primeira reportagem feita na América Latina sobre Timor-Leste. Tá? Pelo menos é o que eu tenho colhido e pelo menos também é o que a própria editora, a Beatriz Bício, que é uma da equipe editorial da revista, afirma. Interessante que essa primeira matéria feita na América Latina já demonstra, primeiro, demonstra o papel, já denuncia um imperialismo norte-americano, por assim dizer, e também ela é feita a partir de informações que foram coletadas em África, com Alcatiri, com Roque Rodrigues e posteriormente com Ramos Horta.
5 minutos, Daniel.
Obrigado. Aqui eu só vou passar algumas imagens. À esquerda é uma análise detalhada de um pesquisador australiano que contribuía com a revista. À direita, uma entrevista da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo com o Martinho Lopes, que foi comentado na fala anterior. Mais um número que destaca aqui o lugar de Timor, uma entrevista com Rogério Lobato, tá, de 78, uma entrevista com Alcatiri, e à direita também, mais uma matéria também. Eu dei um destaque para Etevaldo Hipólito, porque a maior parte das entrevistas, das matérias sobre Timor-Leste na Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, eu fiz o levantamento, ela ficou 33 anos, 34 anos funcionando. A maior parte não, quase metade das matérias são feitas pelo Hipólito. E o Hipólito, eu entrevistei o senhor Hipólito, ele vive em Maputo hoje, e ele era o principal correspondente da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo para as questões da África Austral e também de Timor-Leste. Então ele tinha essa conexão direta. É amigo, eu conheci o senhor Hipólito pela Marina Alcatiri. Eles são amigos, estabeleceram uma amizade. Aqui é a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo denunciando e noticiando a morte do Nicolau Lobato. À direita é a Caderno de Terceiro Mundo explicitando a posição do Estado angolano, o ministro da Justiça falando que a agressão que Timor-Leste sofre é semelhante à que o povo angolano sofre, né, que eles chamam de imperialismo de terceiro mundo, ou seja, é um país do terceiro mundo representando interesses norte-americanos, invadindo um país, agredindo um país alheio. Aqui a pesquisadora Camila comentou dessa reportagem, mas só para destacar que é a única reportagem que eu encontrei da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo no qual uma mulher timorense é entrevistada. É única. Todos os outros são homens timorenses. Essa é a única, que é no número especial sobre a mulher do Terceiro Mundo, que foi feita. Aqui é uma uma reportagem sobre a chegada da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo no Brasil. 79 tem a anistia no Brasil e os exilados começam a voltar. E aí é inaugurada uma edição brasileira da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo. Então sai da Cidade do México e ela vem para o Rio de Janeiro, a sede. E na inauguração no Brasil, Ramos Horta estava em missão e eles já tinham relações pessoais e Ramos Horta já tinha sido entrevistado e ele participa da mesa de lançamento junto com Neiva Moreira, que é o fundador da Caderno, está nessa fotografia. Aqui é um discurso, foi publicado na Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, um discurso do Neiva Moreira, fundador da revista, já nesse momento, nos anos 90, deputado federal. Ele se elegeu como deputado e ele era uma das pessoas mais críticas à política externa brasileira no que se referia a Timor-Leste. Aqui é o discurso que ele faz no Congresso Nacional Brasileiro, falando da gravidade da situação de Timor. E foi publicado o discurso na íntegra na Caderno de Terceiro Mundo. Aqui eu estou pondo, são 2 matérias da Beatriz Bício, que é a única, ela fala que eu sou a única sobrevivente da equipe editorial da Caderno de Terceiro Mundo, todos eles faleceram. E aí tem duas entrevistas dela. A esquerda é com Alcatiri, em Maputo, que ela faz em 89, e a direita é de Xanana Guzmão, quando Xanana Guzmão visita pela primeira vez o Brasil. E aí tem uma foto dela abraçando Xanana Guzmão, e ela fala que Xanana Guzmão teria reconhecido o esforço que a revista fez durante os 24 anos de luta pela libertação de Timor-Leste. A revista sempre apoiou e divulgou a situação de Timor-Leste. Reflexões finais para terminar. A Cadernos de Terceiro Mundo foi a primeira e talvez, tudo indica, foi a única que acompanhou sistematicamente a luta de libertação de Timor-Leste na América Latina. Os relatos da Cadernos, eles enquadram analiticamente a luta de Timor-Leste numa luta contra o imperialismo, contra o subdesenvolvimento, pela busca de justiça, pela autodeterminação. E uma fala da Beatriz, da entrevista, né? Ela fala que a própria revista era uma grande rede de solidariedade no terceiro mundo. Então, entre timorenses e sul-americanos exilados, laços de identidade foram tecidos. E um projeto comum político, ainda que tênue, ele foi criado, foi imaginado, conectando diferentes regiões do sul global. Uma outra fala do Hipólito, numa entrevista, que é o jornalista da Cadernos, ele diz: nós, latino-americanos, conhecemos o que acontecia em Timor aqui em África. A entrevista foi em Maputo, junto com os timorenses. A aproximação entre a sociedade civil latino-americana e a questão de Timor aconteceu, então, através da solidariedade africana, especialmente em Angola e Moçambique, que receberam esses exilados brasileiros e sul-americanos. Tinham chilenos, argentinos, salvadorenhos em Angola e Moçambique. E a mediação africana, ela se intensifica nos anos 90 com a formação de grupo de solidariedade no Brasil. Via, sobretudo, ativismo transnacional anti-apartheid. O movimento negro ele começa a se conectar muito fortemente com o movimento anti-apartheid, e os grupos de solidariedade têm contato pela relação com a sociedade civil da África Austral, da realidade de Timor-Leste. Isso vai reaquecer os movimentos de solidariedade no Brasil, que nesse momento a sociedade civil está vivendo um momento de pujança por conta da democratização no Brasil, e os direitos humanos é uma pauta da agenda pública. Nesse momento, de fato, Timor-Leste ele entra no debate público brasileiro, mas nos anos 70, nos 80, isso não acontecia. Muito obrigado pela atenção e desculpa pelo tempo, gente.
Obrigado, Daniel. Zélia.
Obrigada, Daniel, também, da minha parte e da parte do Michael. We are now going to open a short period of questions. I will please ask you to raise your hands to make questions to all these papers. And please just let me tell you that we are very late on our schedule, so we will have like 15 minutes to discuss, and then a 5-minute break so we can catch up with the time. Okay, so I have Isabel Boavida, I have John, I have Peter. Anyone else wants to ask? So I'm going to start by Peter. You can turn on your microphone and ask your question, please.
Thanks, Julia. That was an absolutely fascinating presentation you made of something of which I was not aware. I've gone through, I think must have gone through thousands of Australian Department of Foreign Affairs archives, and I've never found any evidence that they were aware of this. So, I know we discussed this briefly in chat, but also my impression is that the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and the Australian government was very hostile to Portugal at this time. They were, for example, hostile to the Santos mission. They didn't say so in public. When he came to Canberra, they interrogated him in a hostile manner, not because they thought that Portugal wasn't doing enough, but because they thought that Portugal could provide an impediment to the Indonesians. They were so committed to what they thought was the inevitable, don't make it harder for the Indonesians. Have you found any information about how aware Portugal was of the Australian attitude and how they responded to it?
Okay, Peter, thank you. So Portugal had a local delegation in Darwin by late 75 and until the summer of 76. This delegation kind of surveyed the feelings of the Australians in Darwin. And also the two corvettes that were stationed in the port of Darwin, they also reported to Portugal that the Australian authorities in Darwin didn't treat them quite as good as they expected. There was during the period of the August, September, when Portugal needed Darwin to bring back to Portugal and keep bring back to Portugal all those people that left Dili. In that time, there was no problem in the use of Darwin for the operations. But when the Portuguese ships, the Navy Portuguese ships arrived, one of the things that the local authorities did was to ask permission. Of course, this was something that it's normal when a foreign Navy vessel enters another port of another country, is to have a visit. And one of the captains of one of the Portuguese ships reported to Portugal and said that the Australians of the port of Darwin were very curious to know how much were the corvette equipped with military equipment. So of course there was here an interest to tell something to the Indonesians, because the vessels, the Navy of the Indonesian was not they were old ships, but these particular corvettes were very, very recent. They were made recently. They were in the late years of the colonial war. There were 4 corvettes that the Portuguese government had built in Spain, and they were delivered, unfortunately, right after the end of the colonial war. So Portugal had suddenly 4 ships, very modern ships, and they were a menace to the Indonesians, and Darwin, and of course Australian authorities knew this, not because they were strongly equipped with armament. They couldn't do anything. There were 1, sometimes 2 ships in the waters of Timor. It's not because of their military capability, but because they could do something that in Timor there was not happening before. During the summer and after the events of August 75, they were able to communicate long distance, and they were able to listen to the radio posts of Fretilin inside Timor. And this was indeed a menace for the Indonesians, because Portugal had the possibility in that precise moment to transmit quick informations that were received in Lisbon at a minute. For instance, one of the Portuguese vessels soon told the Portugal that when the Ricciardi wanted to visit the south coast of Timor, and the Indonesians started to go to the Betano Porto and started to try to reach the base of Fretilin, Portugal, the Navy corvette was there, and they saw, no, there are a lot of naval warships of Indonesia here. They are deploying Marines to land. We are watching this. And they immediately told Portugal what was happening, and Portugal immediately told this to Ricciardi, that was in Darwin at the time. So there was a potential here in these corvettes. It was the information they could gather. And they were not welcome in Darwin at all. Never. They were never welcomed in Darwin. There were several problems every time they had to put fuel on, and sometimes the Darwin authorities said, no, we are not available at this moment. You need to go to Singapore or Hong Kong or Macau or anywhere else. We are not available now. So they told, by February, after the Ricciardi left Darwin, they told explicitly to the commander of one of the ships, how long are you still planning to stay here? Because you're not doing anything else here.
Zília. Isabel, você tem uma pergunta?
Yes, it's not a question, it's just a comment to Professor Camila. I was very pleased to hear about your presentation and to see the pictures you've shown because I've seen my parents in those pictures. Yeah, in one of them, in the center is my mother and in the floor is my father. So because they were a student, they came to Portugal to study in '73. And they went to Casa Timor and they were involved in the process. But in the end, they just ended their studies and they integrated in Portuguese society. So they kind of disappeared from the official story. So thank you for that.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow, thank you. Very nice to know, Isabel. And yeah, it's so complex because some of them managed to go to Maputo, but other just can't and stay in Portugal. And we discussed a little bit about it in the other panel, how the people, Timorese people who was abroad, normally it's seen like privileged ones in Timor after '99, but it's not true because they were exiled, in fact. But this is a complex story, but it's very nice.
Exactly, it's there are
to recognize
many different stories inside one story. So, I guess you just told the official story, right? The one that it's known, but there are plenty of how to say histories inside one story. Thank you.
Yeah.
John wanted to ask something previously.
John, yeah. And Isabel, Nuno Rodriguez wants your email address. John, did you have a question? Yep.
Yes, just wanted to make a comment on Maria's paper and the church. What wasn't mentioned there, and I think, you know, is a story in its own right, which probably hasn't been told for the personal security reasons, but there were quite a few in the Indonesian church who did connect with the church in Timor and who assisted in the business of getting material out and letters out and things like that. And in fact, privately and quietly, Indonesian priests or members of various congregations, you know, helped with the drafting of letters and all sorts of things. So it's a story that's probably not well known, but it's an interesting side to it. The other thing I wanted to mention was the Vatican. At the time the pressure was being put on Monsignor Lopez to leave his position, the Apostolic Nuncio at the time was Juan Pablo Puente, who is still alive. And we can see from his conversation with Gough Whitlam, the former Australian Prime Minister, who went to Timor in 1982, specifically with the aim of discrediting Monsignor Lopez to add to the Indonesian pressure for him to be removed. So the Vatican was playing more than an ambiguous role at that time. But I just wondered in particular whether the Indonesian church role had figured in any of your conversations with the priests. Thank you.
Can I answer? Well, I didn't study much about the Indonesian priests because I don't know Bahasa, and I didn't have time at all. I studied more and I interviewed more the Portuguese and Timorese priests, and some people in the resistance, some people in the guerrilla. And my thesis is much bigger than what I've said. It was just a resume, a short resume that I gave to you. So no, I didn't study the Indonesia role. And in what concerns the Vatican, I agree with you. It was a big pressure. That one, I say that his role was ambiguous because they never recognized the integration of East Timor in Indonesia, and but at the same time they were playing. They were playing diplomatically, and it's true that the nuncios in Jakarta were all of them, not only Pablo Puente, all of them, they played for Indonesia. But well, it is written in my thesis. That is written in my thesis. Okay.
Just an addition. Even before the 89s, just to add for this, and then John, actually, I intend to talk with Pablo Puente, but because you talk about him, so perhaps I can contact you later on this matter. And thanks, Roy. In 83, even before the Pope is coming to East Timor, the head of Indonesian Bishop Conference already make a statement. The first indirect statement of humanity is our Catholic teaching, and so on and so forth. And 86, another bishop, it's not bishop, how do you call it? The head of the Indonesian Bishop Conference again say it. The first one is from Carmelites in the 83. The second one is from the one in 86 is from the Jesuits. He clearly say it. He's still alive in Smara. He said that this is a human violation, and of course he have to face his fellow Catholics, saying that you may endanger other Catholics in Jakarta, but they have the courage to do that. They even being warned by the nuncio that you're being too opened. Until today, being the Catholic priest who experience and supporting East Timor is not easy, because for part of Indonesian, there's still a traitor. A traitor who supports the East Timorese. It is because of the Catholic priest that we lost East Timor. So they don't have the chance to defend themselves, the Catholic priests in Indonesia. Because once they defend themselves, they endanger more people. So I just want to give an addition to it, that Indonesia even do it before the Pope is coming. Just addition to it.
That is. May I answer? May I add some comments? That is true, and but it's true also that the Indonesian Church wanted to integrate the East Timorese Church in the Indonesian Church, which the Vatican never did, But another thing that is favorable to the Indonesian priests, the first report on what was happening and the first numbers that were known about the killings was made by the Indonesian priests. Yes, I'm sure they had important collaboration with the church, but I didn't have time to study them, sorry.
Great discussion going on. Does anyone else have any questions? Because right now, Zelia and I cannot see hands. So maybe type in the box or just open your mic if you have a question. Anyone else?
Camila. Can I?
Yes, Camila.
To Maria, because when you were talking, I was thinking about this relationship. Oh, they are Catholic, so they cannot be communists. But we had at the same time, 17th, 18th, in Africa and in Latin America, the Teologia da Libertação, I don't know how to say in English, that in fact mixed the Marxist and the communist ideas with the Catholic base. Yeah, I don't know if you research something about it. If
yes, I even say that they have a role so important as the priests of the theology of liberation, the liberation theology, because what the theology of liberation says is to be the voice and to give dignity to the people, to give them conscience of their right to the dignity. And that's what the priests in East Timor did. Even they were a conservative, they were not revolutionary, they didn't want anything to do with Marx. The theology of liberation went to drink in the Marxist ideas, but not the East Timorese. The East Timorese were fighting for human rights, and they gave voice to the voiceless because they were the only institution, you know, and that's it. But I compare to them. I think they have...
maybe Manalu has some strong connections with, and the nuns have strong connections with
I've interviewed... I've interviewed some nuns also, and one of them, when she was young, she was a revolutionary in Fretilin, so it was, but it was all mixed, because I don't think that even Fretilin knew much about what was communist and Marxist, if they had big ideas of what was happening about that. And of course, it's stupid when it's a little bit silly to say if they are Catholics, they cannot be communists, of course, but it was the way to prove the Western world that they are Catholics, you know. They were pressing, they were underlying very much that question, to remove the idea of that fight, that it was a communist fight, because it was communist that put some fear in the big powers to decide. So, and it was important to get the United States on the side of the East Timorese. It was important to have the other nations on the side of the Timorese, and that was the strategy that they used. Sorry.
That's fine. We might have to have a break now for 2 or 3 minutes and resume at 9:20, Zelia, you think?
Okay, Nuno still had a question. I'm going
I'm sorry, Nuno. Yeah, one more question, Nuno.
But I don't know if he minds putting it in the chat, so we can quick up this. Please, Nuno, put your question on the chat, and then we will try to resume your question later on the next session of Q&A. Okay, please. And we'll make a short break, 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Michael?
Yes, and we'll come back at 20 past.
Okay,
20 past.
So 3 minutes break just to drink something, okay?
For session 3, obrigado. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers, Camila, Zelia, Maria, and Danielle. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. See you in a couple of minutes. Até breve.
Começar a gravação, se faz favor.
Nuno, can you write your question in the box, Nuno, and people can respond from the last session to your question? There it is. So people from the last session can respond in the chat box to that remaining question from Nuno. Is Sheena here?
No, Sheena is not here. I have a recorded presentation.
Okay, good.
Michael,
well,
he was here. Okay. So let me share the screen, and I will.
So we're about to hear from Sheena Harris on constructing a painful past, competing narratives of the Indonesian occupation. Thank you, Zelia.
There it goes. She makes us her own presentation, so I will skip that so we can go faster.
Hello, everyone. good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Sheena Harris, and I am a doctoral student at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Organizational Leadership, Policy, and Development within the Comparative and International Development Education track. Today, I will be giving a presentation entitled Constructing a Painful Past, Competing Narratives of the Indonesian Occupation. In 2005, Commission for Reception, Truth and Reconciliation, or CAVAR, produced a final report known as SHEGA, which represents the official history of the Indonesian occupation period. Despite its documentation of human rights violations, the dominant historical narrative circulating in Timor-Leste about this period remains one of heroic resistance. Although transitional justice processes are regularly implemented in nations following periods of mass violence to clarify historical events, carry out justice procedures, educate youth about injustices, and generate healing and memorialization, there frequently exists a friction between a longing to construct a narrative of a usable past to push the nation forward and the need to wrestle with difficult history in the pursuit of justice. These kinds of usable past, which are created within the present, within specific social, cultural, political, and economic situations, both by and for certain people and institutions for specific purposes, are conveyed to young people via schooling, often through narratives generated by the state. These narratives of history are guided by institutional logics, which shape the stories told about mass violence and atrocities. My paper focuses on a content analysis of two sets of educational materials about the Indonesian occupation period in Timor-Leste. A series of graphic style textbooks called SHEGA, which are based on the Timorese Truth Commission report from CAVAR, and one grade 6 textbook produced by the Timorese Ministry of Education for Social Science. Through this analysis, I seek to understand what narratives are present within these books and how institutional logics are contributing to differences between the narratives. I argue that in the years following Timor-Leste's formal independence in 2002, different institutional logics have influenced the narratives included within these books, which can have implications for history education about this time period. In this presentation, I will provide an overview of the concepts of institutional logics and how it is linked with historical narratives within the context of education. I then briefly discuss the current state of history education in Timor-Leste as it relates to this paper, the methodological approach taken, and the materials I examined before providing the results of my analysis. I close with a discussion and conclusions, suggesting future research to be conducted in the area of history education in Timor-Leste. Schools are regarded as the foremost citizen-making institution through which the state passes on historical narratives and memories of the past, including after mass violence and historical injustice. It is through school textbooks and pedagogical practices that the state transmits historical narratives for young citizens. As Apple and Christian Smith contend, quote, texts are really messages to and about the future. As part of a curriculum, they participate in no less than the organized knowledge system of society. They participate in creating what a society has recognized as legitimate and truthful, unquote. Thus, the historical narratives included within curricular materials convey a certain type of story generated by societal institutions, which has been designated as official. This paper is informed by the concept of institutional logics, as defined by Thornton and Ocasio as, quote, the socially constructed historical pattern of material practices, assumptions, values, beliefs, and rules by which individuals produce and reproduce their material subsistence, organize time and space, and provide meaning to social reality, unquote. These institutional logics or rules guide different institutions in constructing the past. As state-sanctioned institutions, schools and their associated history curriculum operate under certain institutional logics that transmit particular stories about the past to students. Today in Timor-Leste, there are tensions among various groups of Timorese over the development of a historical narrative, with ownership of the past partly contributing to the existing difficulties in developing a standard history curriculum. In addition, the sensitivity of the occupation period and a desire to maintain good relations with Indonesia have slowed the development of a history curriculum for schools. However, the graphic style Shega books and 1 grade 6 social science textbooks, which were examined for this paper, have been produced as educational materials. A content analysis was used in examining these materials, with specific information examined being the historical narratives that are present within these books, the actors that were involved in the events, the identities of the victims, the number of victims who experienced violence, the causes of the violence, and the framework that is being used to convey the narratives. The Shega books tell the narrative of the Indonesian occupation period from the perspective of the Timorese family, as parents who had survived, taking their children to visit the CAVAR office to educate them about the occupation and the human rights violations that occurred. These books emphasize what CAVAR was and what it accomplished for Timorese people who were victims of the violence. Throughout the series, reference is made to the period as a time of suffering. The books also highlight that CAVAR was a truth-seeking process and that it was also involved in reconciliation processes internally. They describe in great detail the violent acts that occurred during the occupation. These books also utilize a human rights framework, heavily emphasizing the experiences of victims, providing an estimate of their number, and concluding with recommendations for how to grapple with the human rights violations going forward, including the development of a reparations program and the use of an international tribunal for the pursuit of justice. In contrast, the grade 6 social science textbook's narrative is framed as Indonesia invading Timor-Leste in 1975, and Fredolin and Falentil fighting for liberation of the Timorese against them. There is no labeling of specific people being involved as heroes, and the book positions the fighting as guerrilla warfare. While this book acknowledges the decolonization process that occurred in 1974, and that several political parties emerged in Timor-Leste following the coup in Portugal, there appears to be no mention of the civil war between Fredolin and UDT, which was mentioned in the Shega books. The primary cause of the situation noted by these books is the Cold War period politics. During this time, as the book notes, the most powerful nations were focused on their own self-interest, especially natural and economic resources, which led them to provide Indonesia with support for entering Timor-Leste. Unlike the Shega series, there is not a specific number of victims mentioned in this book. Although the grade 6 textbook closely mirrors the government's national narrative of resistance and its content, It also articulates the violence experienced by victims through the use of photographs, which depict massacres and famine. Written descriptions of major massacres, including the Santa Cruz Massacre of November 12, 1991, and the Caras Massacre of 1983, also provide important evidence of the violence that occurred during the Indonesian period. In sum, the overall analysis I have taken has shown that the Shega books represent the Indonesian occupation period as a time of suffering for the East Timorese, while the grade 6 social science textbook presents the narrative as one of a liberation movement in which Fredolin and Falendil struggled against the Indonesian military. Both sets of materials, however, place the primary culpability against the Indonesian military, while highlighting other factors at work, mainly the politics of the Cold War period. In early 2018, at the unveiling of a new program of the Transnational Shega, then Prime Minister Mari Alkatiri stated that, quote, "Memory cannot be kept away in a drawer. These memories are part of our history and cannot die. They must be carried from generation to generation. The history of the national liberation struggle must be included in the national school curriculum," unquote. The content analysis of the educational materials conducted for this paper found that the dominant narrative of resistance and liberation that Alkatiri refers to is present in the grade 6 social science textbook that was developed by the Ministry of Education. The Shega book series presents a narrative of victims' suffering in line with the Timorese Truth Commission report. As an institution supported by the national government, the Ministry of Education's institutional logic likely rests on maintaining a diplomatic front with Indonesia, thus leaving extensive discussion of the human rights violations that occurred out of the history curriculum. However, the primary administration's desire to suppress the Calver report as being too sensitive because of its documentation of violence during the civil war between Fredolin and UET may also play a role in the narrative contained within the grade 6 social science textbook. As the Shega books were developed from the Calver report, they are guided by its own institutional logics. According to Priscilla Hayner, truth commissions, including the one set up in Timor-Leste in 2001, operate with several goals in mind. Quote, "To discover, clarify, and formally acknowledge past abuses, to respond to specific needs of victims, to contribute to justice and accountability, to outline institutional responsibility and recommend reforms, and to promote reconciliation and reduce conflict over the past," unquote. The CAVAR in Timor-Leste, created by the UN Transitional Administration, operated on the logic of determining the truth of the crimes that occurred between 1974 and 1999 on the behalf of victims, presenting recommendations for holding perpetrators accountable and assisting communities in reconciliation processes between perpetrators of low-level crimes and victims. As the Truth Commission operated with the Human Rights and Victims First framework, the Shega books predominantly focus on acts committed by perpetrators and in other enabling forces against the victims. A review of textbooks alone cannot help us to understand what and how students in Timor-Leste learn about the occupation period. Teachers play an important role in educating young people with their own experiences and beliefs that are brought into the classroom. As research conducted by Leach has already shown, since the independence of Timor-Leste, history teachers have been predominantly relying on their own personal experiences of the Indonesian occupation to teach students history of the time period. However, the Shega books have been distributed to some schools in Timor-Leste and the Ministry of Education is still in the process of creating a curriculum. Thus, a future study should examine the receipt and use of these materials by teachers and students, and how that shapes students' understanding of the Indonesian occupation period. As education can have a profound influence on students' understandings of history about conflict and the development of their civic selves and society, the results of this textbook analysis have implications for how Timorese teachers present the historical narrative of the Indonesian occupation to their students in a post-transition education system. Thank you, and I look forward to your comments and feedback.
Well, that was great. Thank you, Sheena, in your absence. And I guess we'll go straight on to Ariel. Ariel, you're here?
Yes, I am here.
Hello, Ariel. You're here from Hawaii, I gather?
Yes, I am.
Ariel, I've got Ariel's PowerPoint, so I'll be sharing that in a second. I just want to introduce Ariel. Ariel will be speaking on courageous diplomacy, how Timor-Leste's diplomatic front fought for independence during the Indonesian occupation from 1975 to 99. And Ariel has an MA in political science from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Should I start sharing, Ariel? Are you ready?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen and then select your PowerPoint. So you just tell me when you want me to shift to the next one.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
And away you go.
All right, thank you, sir. So, hello everyone. It is very late at night here in Hawaii, so I hope my brain still functions. But my presentation is really just a lot of presentations that I listened to earlier. Already talk in depth about what I'm going to present. So I feel like this is a field where everyone is already has in-depth expertise. So without further ado, so I did my research on the Frente Diplomata, which is one of the three branches of resistance movement by Fretilin during the Indonesian occupation. And so I analyzed the primary source documents, letters from and press releases from Archivo Resistencia Nacional, the one that is available online that is now declassified. And I randomly selected 80 documents to analyze. So here we go. So could you go to the second slide?
Yes.
So as we all know, on November 28, 1975, Timor-Leste followed footsteps of several Portuguese former colonies in Africa by declaring independence following the Carnation Revolution in Portugal. And the independence was proclaimed by Fretilin, but the independence was not long-lived. Citing the fear of spread of communism, Indonesia invaded Timor-Leste on December 7, 1975, and for the next 24 years, until 1999, Fretilin built a resistance movements to fight back against the illegal occupation. And what I will be talking today is on the diplomatic front, or Frente Diplomata. José Ramos Horta, most of the things that are or the context, especially historical context, are said in my paper, and hence my presentation is based on a memoir by José Ramos Horta called Funu that was published in, I believe, 68 or 78. He served as the Minister of External Relations and Communication of the newly formed in the independent government back in 1975. And he took the helm of the diplomatic front. He was just 1 year younger than me. He was 24 at that time. And beginning in 1975, Ramos Horta traveled around the world, visited world leaders, negotiated with Indonesia, and gained access to the UN through the help of Portugal and African states that are of former colonies of Portugal. Ramos Horta went to Jakarta to negotiate with the then Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Adam Malik, for an independent Timor-Leste. Ramos Horta recounts in his memoir that Malik was receptive to Ramos Horta visits, but he did not have the authority to make the call about Timor-Leste's fate. He was in Portugal a day after Indonesia invaded Timor-Leste, and then he applied for a US visa and went to New York to advocate at the UN headquarters about ending the atrocities in Timor-Leste with the help of several states such as Guinea-Bissau, Portugal, and Mozambique who empathized with Timor-Leste. Ramos Horta worked with others and pleaded with the UN Commission on Decolonization. His efforts had the resistance coming from Indonesia's allies, such as Malaysia and most of the ASEAN states, the Arab League, except for Yemen and Japan. Meanwhile, the United States and Australia were passive bystanders towards Timor-Leste. The United States was later found to be sadly complicit with Indonesia with regards to supplying war missiles. Ramos Horta's efforts led to the passage of Security Council Resolution 384 in 1975 that calls for Indonesia to respect the territorial integrity of Timor-Leste and to withdraw without delay all its forces from the territory of Timor-Leste, end quote. And the resolution ended with a request to the UN Secretary General to send a special representative to Timor-Leste to assess the situation and establish a connection among all parties to ensure implementation of the resolution. But the resolution was not enforceable, and Indonesia continued to gain control over Timor-Leste. And Ramos Horta later called the Security Council resolution a failure, but continued to fight for the right of Timor-Leste to retain its full sovereignty. As the Minister of External Relations, Ramos Horta was the de facto leader of all the coordinations of the diplomatic front abroad. He communicated and received the directives directly from the government in exile of Timor-Leste and Fretilin. A position was given to Ramos Horta as a permanent representative of Fretilin to the UN, where he continued fighting and negotiating for Timor-Leste. Let's see, and then next slide. So the next slide is just the theoretical frameworks that I use for my paper/presentation. It is from 3 criteria of what makes someone to resist against injustice by Talhammer et al. Professor Christina Talhammer was she was my teacher in undergrad. So the first one is precondition. The first factor are the prior experiences and behavioral traits that courageous resistors have predisposed. Having gone through the Portuguese colonization for more than 400 years, the Timorese leaders were not willing to entertain the prospect of another occupation, and motivated by the idea that Timorese people cannot truly be free unless they become an independent nation state with full sovereignty. Fretilin determined that freedom could not be achieved under the Indonesian rule, as Timorese people would continue to be oppressed. And then the second one would be network, which is the most important aspect of resistance, specifically for the conversation we have in this presentation, because network was the courageous network that the courageous diplomats had was the most important factor. Uh, co Courageous resistors, like in this paper and my presentation, I use the term courageous resistors. They build coalitions with states and nations with similar experiences, and those who were anti-colonialist and anti-occupation at the time of Indonesian occupation. Fertilin extensively used networks as models and sources of knowledge in adapting their strategies to raise awareness about human rights violations in Timor-Leste. And then the last thing is the context, which is Cold War that Ramos Horta talked a little bit in his memoir, where Cold War impeded Timor-Leste's cause in a way. Ramos Horta recounts that Indonesia needed a justification to invade Timor-Leste, and they scapegoated Fretilin as a communist party. United States at that time was interested in building a stronger alliance with ASEAN regional organizations, in which Indonesia was undoubtedly a powerful force and stopping the spread of communism. Citing the rise of communism spreading to the Pacific, the United States was in support of Indonesia's occupation. And then the next slide. For my research methodology, the core tool of collecting my data is to look through now declassified state documents through the online archives in the Museu de Transnational. I randomly selected a total of 80 samples of press releases, correspondence letters, and Fertilin document from the archive from 1975 to 1999 to understand how courageous diplomats frame the issue and what strategies they employed in their resistance journey. During the study, I analyzed the documents through the dimensions of the following questions. What are the strategies employed by Frente Diplomata? Whom did they engage with internationally? And then the next slide, thank you. For the findings, I found that Timorese diplomats led by Ramos Horta leverage international conventions. Analysis of these primary sources show the master framing through the lenses of violations of human rights. And the other thing is the right for self-determination. Since Indonesia is a UN member, Timor-Leste resistors frame their fight from the point of view that Indonesia has violated these agreements. And the first is the mention of the right for self-determination. Self-determination is enshrined in Article 2 of Chapter 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, which mandates the respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determinations of people, and to take other appropriate measures to strengthen universal peace. And then furthermore, they also leveraged the Security Council Resolution 384, which mandated that Indonesia ought to withdraw from the territory of Timor-Leste. Let's see. So I am just going to quote one of the press releases by Ramos Horta in 1975. He says, and I quote, "We wish to remind the world that the Indonesian aggression against our people began 5 months ago in September 1975, when the first group of Indonesian soldiers infiltrated our border areas. On December 7, 1975, a full-scale attack was launched. This was confirmed and condemned by the General Assembly, the Security Council of the United Nations." Let's see. And then the second thing that I found in this research is how the diplomatic front they amplify the atrocities committed by Indonesia. In press releases, Ramos Horta and Fretilin made sure to write in as much detail as possible about the human rights violations committed by the Indonesian forces. The detailed information on violations entailed naming the victims and the vulnerable groups, provided figures on casualties, accounted the number of Indonesian troops present in the territory, and described how perpetrators committed the atrocities, and finally compared them to the worst atrocities in the world remembered by humanity, such as the the World War II and the Nazi regime. And then the last thing that I found is how the diplomatic front resorted to states with higher level of democracy. And I believe Daniel, Luca earlier talked a little bit about the countries in South America that share the Timor-Leste struggle. And my research doesn't necessarily find so many things on that, but I found many letters from Ramazourte to Maria Alcatiri about going to countries in Latin American countries to raise awareness about Timor-Leste's cause. Let's see. I guess overall, the archives of the letters and press releases reveal three overarching themes of nonviolent resistance, and then that the diplomatic front used. The first is consistency and the unity in messages. Throughout years of Indonesian occupation, messages from the resistance movement proved to have a durable consistency and cohesiveness, portray a clear focus on what were the pieces of information needed to inform the outside world. The second one is a plea to peace and nonviolent resistance. Different tactics such as willingness to negotiate ceasefire and peaceful protests at the embassies, seeking out international organizations and academic institutions were some of the strategies used. And the third is resilience and resorting to different tactics. Not all demands were heard or met, of course. Nevertheless, the diplomatic front continued to have their firm stances and unwavering resistance by continuing to do the work of resistance and seeking help from the international communities. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, thank you, Ariel. That was a terrific paper, and thank you for being so brief as well. And I'm sure there'll be some questions for you at the end. Well done. Is that your first conference paper that you've given?
Yes, yes, it is.
I thought so. You did. You did very well. Excellent. We're going to go. Yeah, we're going to go straight on, and we've got Edie Bowles here, and this is the final paper in this stream today. And Edie's speaking on Kona Santana, Sabelay, and the sociology of the clandestine front. You're here, Edie. I think I've seen you there.
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Take it away. Have you got a presentation or something that you're going to show, or are you speaking to us?
I have a presentation, but I think it's quite short. So what I think I'm going to do is go through my oral presentation first, and then put it up on the screen share, because it's mostly examples of archival documents. So
the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody for sticking with this. Good morning or good afternoon. As Michael mentioned, I will be speaking today about the reconstruction of the clandestine front under the Conselho Nacional Resistência Mabere between 1993 and 1995, with particular reference to the archival records and what they tell us about how the leaders of the clandestine front and the movement as a whole conceived of it. One of the reasons that this period is very important and examination of how organizing took place is that historically, particularly in the pre-restoration of independence era and the early 2000s, a lot of international writing on Timor-Leste has treated the popular resistance as a given, something that just happened. And this is particularly true of the English language literature. Focus has often been on the role of individual leaders and on the role of international community, often accompanied by a certain amount of international triumphalism about their own role. How the resistance actually functioned as a set of interlinked institutions and the mechanics of organizing the ideas that animated it, and the great range of actors and organizations involved has often gone underexplored. It's important to acknowledge that there are some good reasons for this. Just to highlight a few, first was obviously the simple requirement of secrecy during the occupation itself. Secondly, international decision-making was clearly determinant in whether or not Timor-Leste was going to ultimately become independent or not. And so people focused on how internal actions affected external decisions rather than how they originated in the first place. Third, and somewhat less obviously, is narrative. CNRM and its component parts frame their decisions in terms of the people and the international principles of self-determination, human rights, and democracy, rather than as the work of specific institutions. So it was politically very effective, but it has tended to obscure the underlying level of agency, debate, and planning. On the other side, Indonesia itself constantly aimed to delegitimize the resistance, and one of the ways they did that was simply not naming it. In Indonesia's public statements of the 1990s, there's almost no references to Falentil or CNRM. Instead, the resistance is simply called the GPK, security disturbers, or anti-integration forces. And then finally, in the post-independence era, elite political rivalries have actually overshadowed discussion of breadth and depth of popular resistance. Further, among CNRM's three fronts, the armed, diplomatic, and clandestine, the clandestine was subordinate to the armed resistance, and by its nature tended to be sort of less splashy than the armed resistance and the diplomatic front. Fortunately, since independence, it has become possible to examine its history in much more detail, including through the archival record. For this paper, I draw on the digitized records of AMRT, the Arquivo e Museu de Resistência Timorense, and interviews with former resistance members, both men and women, mostly from the ranks of the quadros medios, i.e. the mid-level cadres who were responsible for the day-to-day work. There's obviously many other important resources that all of you are aware of. One of these is the Tuburai Metin Oral History Archive, which is now available on the AMRT website. So why talk about organizing? As we all know, organizing and popular support is the essence of any successful political movement or insurgency. And what we mean here by organizing is both method, i.e. assigning individuals to positions with defined responsibilities, and goal, mobilizing the population, mobilizing people in general. In the case of Timor-Leste, in the 1990s, although Falentil played a role in mobilizing people, organizing took place primarily within the clandestine front. It's therefore the largest, most diverse, and often the most visible component of the resistance when we think about street demonstrations or embassy occupations. It also formed the ligaments of the whole. It connected leaders to people, Falentil to the diplomatic front, and different regions of the country to one another, and obviously Timor-Leste itself to Jakarta and Indonesia. And it was what brought ordinary Timorese, the people in whose name CNRM and Falentil acted, into active resistance. And Falentil itself was existentially dependent on civilian support for food, uniforms, ammunition, equipment, intelligence, protection, and so on. My presentation looks particularly at the records of Antonio Cono Santana and Karilaran Sabalai, and what it tells us about the reorganization of the clandestine front and its functioning in the 1990s. Santana was a Fretilin political cadre who in 1993 became chefe do Comité Executivo de Luta da Frente Armada, a head of the armed and clandestine resistance within the country, a position that he held until his death in 1998. This Comité Executive de Luta Frontal Armada was itself made up of the Fretilin leadership and the Estado Mayor Valentil. So Santana was simultaneously head of Fretilin within the country and also the head of the overall internal resistance. Caroline Sabalai, he appointed to be the secretary of the Comité Executiva de Luta Frente Clandestina in 1993, a position he held until his death in disappearance in June 1995. Both of these men left extensive archives of their own writings and documents, as well as correspondence from others. Santana, in particular, was a prolific and gifted writer and analyst. It's not to say in any sense that others did not play central roles in the clandestine front. They certainly did. But Santana and Sabalai were its chief architects and articulators. 1993 to 1995 is an important period to examine because 1993 was one of the lowest points of the resistance. Genano Guzmão and his immediate successor, Mahunu, had been captured. Valentil had reached its historically lowest numbers, and the earlier iterations of the clandestine front had been largely dismantled by Indonesian intelligence, with the arrests of almost the entire national and much of the local level leadership. Yet we see by 1994, 1995, CNRM Valentil regained visibility, got demonstrations in Dili, embassy occupations in Jakarta. Valentil attacks remain small in number, but increase a great deal over 1993. There's lots of media coverage and regular contact across the internal, Jakarta, and external. This visible resurgence rested on the reorganization of the clandestine front, which was, as I said, essential to the functioning of the whole. In the 1990s, the clandestine front recreated the high levels of popular participation and resistance that had characterized the earliest years of the occupation when Fretilin administered the majority of the population between 1975 and 1975 and 1978 in the Zonas Libertadas. This period, though ending in the destruction of these zones, carried with it the seeds of future organizing by establishing principles, methods, and ideas that the resistance drew on throughout its history. In particular, the notion of mass mobilization, as others have talked about in some of our previous sessions, the organizing people for food production, service delivery, literacy programs, political education. And contained within that, one of the most important legacies was the notion of individual political agency, the idea that everybody has a voice and role in political life, young, old, men, women, poor, low status. And these form the seeds of how the resistance gets reorganized in the 1980s. The clandestine front of the 1990s was a product of a long-term shift in the geography of resistance. And to reorganize, because you had the resistance in the rural areas in the 1970s, in the 1980s, the vast majority of the population were living under the Indonesian administration, but conceived of itself as emanating from rural zones of Valentil control. Clandestine networks had existed since the earliest days of the occupation, but were regarded primarily as adjuncts to Valentil and the rural resistance. The clandestine front had only been created as a distinct component in 1990 after the creation of CNRM. And by 1990s, the center of gravity has shifted, which Cone Santana articulates very clearly when he describes the resistance as having shifted from the mountains to the town. In the context of this shift, he viewed Valentil's role as essential, but chiefly symbolic. Although he continued to work to ensure its survival. He describes the force variously as a factor of pressure on Indonesia, i.e. essential to negating Indonesia's claim of complete territorial control, as the moral reserve of the resistance, a factor to guarantee the consolidation of patriotic consciousness, a symbol of unity for our people, and the seat of the struggle. It was indispensable to civilian organizing that was tangible evidence of ongoing resistance, and people were willing to support it. But he said, the political resistance developed in the bosom of the enemy was the most prominent because it was what got people organized and attracted international attention. And it was also important to know that Valentil itself was obviously very realistic about, you know, its own role and the fact that there was never going to be any kind of military victory. So when we look at how the Sabalai and Santana reorganized the clandestine front, what they did was create both a nationwide governance structure, structured as a nationwide governance structure and as a society-wide movement. And in this, they drew on the organizing principles and structures familiar from the 1970s and a fine-grained understanding of Timorese society under occupation. The question was how to maximize what they termed political popular participation among people living within the administrative bounds of the occupation itself. The aim was to involve, obviously, as many people as possible. Numbers matter. The more people involved meant greater scope for visible protests, more people talking about independence, greater support for Valentil, and crucially, creating popular determination to vote for independence in a referendum when the time came. Conversely, as scholars of rebel governance point out, non-participation carries costs. In the case of Timor-Leste, people with or clandestine front members did not have contact, were therefore more susceptible to Indonesian coercion and inducements. Santana and Sabalai focused on questions of structure and mobilization. They defined the clandestine front as having two basic components: a national to local level governance structure, i.e. a parallel administration, mass organizations, groups like Renatil, Ojektil, Objalatil, Sagrada Familia, the women's organization, OPMT. In this sense, the term clandestine itself is something of a misnomer in that it refers to mode of operation, but fails to capture the breadth and mission. Secondly, many of the front's activities, i.e. demonstrations, were anything but clandestine. The aim was visibility. I find it more useful to think of it as the political resistance, which is what Santana frequently referred to it as, i.e. everyone who wasn't Valentil or wasn't a diplomat. In 1993, Sabalai laid out a new structure in the Proyecto de Estrutura Orgánico-Funcional do Frente Clandestina. This structure consisted of committees at each administrative level, comprised of secretary and responsable and several members, including at least one woman representative from OPMT. Assigned tasks, and he lays out very specifically what the tasks are, which include human rights and socioeconomic reporting, maintaining communication between areas, translation, assistance to Valentil, fundraising, and mobilizing, i.e. getting people to talk to neighbors and friends and family.
5 minutes, Edie.
5 minutes, okay, great. With regard to mobilization, the documents of Santana and Sabalai point to some of the strengths of the resistance. It takes us into what I term the sociology of the clandestine front. And they say the clandestine resistance is not a homogeneous set. There exists diversity in its composition, and that to mobilize, CNRM has to know and better understand this diversity. For example, they talk about independence, i.e. people who are not formally connected to the resistance and how they can be brought in. And they emphasized the importance of the CNRM peace plan and reassuring this population that independence will not lead to civil war. They also consistently recognized the pressures that people were under. For example, that people had to balance survival and resistance. One statement, Santana says, in the course of the development of our struggle, we have always considered this principle: the nationalists of today can be the traitor of tomorrow, and the traitor, the great defender of the cause of independence. And then we have the question of forms of popular participation. One of the most common and least risky forms of participation was donations. And each year Santana sent out, this became quite systematized, sent out an appeal letter asking for donations. These were collected and then receipts sent out to the individual donors. And there's quite a few of these in the archive. I will show an example of them in a second. The amounts raised were not huge, but they were significant when we consider overall poverty levels and the fact that many of them were in amounts that equaled to $1 or $2 US. In conclusion, an important part of what happened as a result of this organizing is an appropriation of the assets of the occupation in the service of resistance. Indonesia is pumping money in, but civil servants and students are donating to the resistance. Nurses and doctors are treating or giving medicine to fallen ill. Merpati flight attendants are carrying documents to and from Jakarta. Lots of documents are getting leaked. Bullets and uniforms from ABRI are going to Falentil. The occupation is essentially stuck. More money and repression just deepens the problem. And that's when you see a lot of the Indonesian statements about the ingratitude of Timorese, the complaints about two-faced civil servants. And this situation worked very well for the resistance, access to resources, and demoralizing to Indonesia. But the starting point for getting there was all the thinking about how to get people involved. And fortunately, the archives show us a great deal about this. I will very briefly show you some examples of these documents. Hang on, let me go this. Oh. Can you see this? Have I?
Not yet. You just press share screen and then you pick, yeah, that's it. You just pick the one, the document that you need.
Got it. Okay, so this is, acta de reunión, so meeting minutes from a meeting of 1994. And I put below the document and the reference. This is an assessment of the Verificandas Actividades de Frente Clandestina, an assessment of the progress of the clandestine front. This is an example of the of an appeal letter that went out in 1993, 1994. And here are some examples of these lists I was talking about and the receipt books, and the receipts that they gave people following donations. So, conscious of the time, I will end there.
Well, thank you, Edie. Please join me in thanking the speakers on this session. And we're going to go to questions. I personally am going to leave you in the capable hands of Zelia, because I'm going to go and set up for the book launch, which is at 10:30, but I wish you a very good discussion for this really interesting session. So okay. Celia, take over.
To let you know, Michael, the book launch won't start until we finish this particular panel, okay?
Oh, well, yes, but I should go set up. And,
okay, you go prepare yourself, but don't
start without you guys.
If you click in the book launch and it won't start, it's because you still haven't handed this session, okay?
Yes. Peter's asking what room is the book launch in. It's in the book launch room, Peter. You'll see
in
it.
the book launch room, yes.
Yeah.
I'll
see you.
here and the other panel that's going on right now at the same time. If it hasn't finished yet, the book launch will only start after all the panels are finished, okay?
Well, I might as well wait then, but you can moderate.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So please ask your questions, everyone. I don't see raised hands in the list of participants, so I think you might just wave or something.
John Waddingham's got his hand up there.
Okay, John, please go ahead.
As usual, an archives question. I'm sorry. Good to see Edie for the first time. We've been corresponding for yonks, and Edie's been a very generous supporter of our work in Chart. And it is to Edie, my question is directed. I noticed the document, or one of the documents he put up came from Archivo Resistencia. But are you aware of other material, as I am, but stuff I can't currently share because it's in private hands? I think there is a fairly extensive set of, letters involving the people you mentioned in private archives. The material that you're drawing on is essentially available publicly, or is some of it also privately held? Thank you.
Sure, happy to answer. None of all the things I drew on is all a matter of the public record. It's all available in the AMRT. I didn't cite any of them today, but I also use a lot of documents from the CDAC archive. And somebody was actually pointing out that a lot of the CDAC documents have not yet been digitized, but they are extremely valuable. Because they provide more from the 1980s, whereas AMRT is mostly from the 1990s. In terms of what's held in private hands, I think that's a really hard question to answer. I think one of the saddest things about doing the interviews I've done is realizing just how much history was destroyed in the making. One of the things people talk about is that women in particular, keeping diaries that then got lost or destroyed, for example, when the Zona Libertadas were overrun. One thing you do see a lot of people still have the receipts signed by Santana and Sabalai, so you see a fair amount of those out in the countryside. But I think the good news is, and what I want to highlight is, there's a great deal of archival material out there, even taking into account what was lost.
Anyone else? Okay, Yuki Kato, you can turn on your mic and ask your questions.
Thank you. I have a question to Edith Bells again. Nice to meet you. My name is Yuki. I'm a student at Sophia University, Japan. I am personally looking into 1995 exile of several East Timorese activists to Australia. If you know anything about that, I hadn't didn't know why it happened in that year, 1995, but after listening to your presentation, I understood it was you had to be at that year. In your research, during your research, did you ever read or see any documents about this exile written by Connie Santana and the other Salabai? If you came up, yeah.
The theme comes up quite a bit: the role of the exiles and the structure of and the structuring of the Frente Diplomática. That does come up a great deal but it's in the writings of Santana, Sabalai, Janana, Taumatan Ruak, Lerian and Timor, and many other people write about this. However, I can't really point to one particular document because it tends to be embedded in larger letters, reports, and that these guys were sending back and forth. But yes, it's certainly, the role of the exiles certainly comes up, although not specifically those in Australia. I think, yeah, no, as I said, it would be hard to point to a specific document.
Thank you. Was it a MRT? I didn't know. I don't know the name of the archive. Or...
Yeah, it's actually, the archive is in, if you look in my paper that is online for this session, you can see where to find it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Yulka. Thank you, Edith. Just a small clarification about your question, Yulka, because I know I know the documents that Edith Bowles showed, because I handled them personally in my hands. So the Connie Santana and Sabalai documents, they were all retrieved from this shelter that existed in Ermera. Connie had died, Sabalai also, but there was this small community, a family that guarded, that kept those documents. And when there was this project of collecting the archives of the resistance, they went there to this shelter under the ground, and they collected those archives. They were intermixed, the Connies and Sabalai, they were mixed with each other. So it had to be a task of trying to see which one was from Connies, which one from Sabalai, because they both shared that specific shelter during the period of occupation. Also, other members of the resistance kept documents and letters of Connies or even from Sabalai can be retrieved from other hands, other people that kept them in their hands. It's kind of difficult right now to do a search in the Casa Comum and try to figure out all these connections because of the chosen way that they chose years ago to put this chronological and the contexts in which those specific letters and all the documentation were gathered. They are not very well explained. That's something I hope they will correct in the near future. But also this archive has its own history, okay? So sometimes we don't understand it. It's just this point. More questions, please. You have to wave because I can't see the hands waved. Because if you don't have questions, this is like an auction. I'll give you 3, I'll give you 2, I'll give you 1. Okay, John, please go.
Again, to Edie, and I don't know whether this is out of court or not, but, and everyone knows more about this than me, but I'm curious about the place of Fretlin as an organisation at this time in the resistance. Where does its presence, how does it manifest itself as an entity within this structure at that time? Is that a reasonable question? I don't know.
Yeah, it's an entirely reasonable question, I think, and I think there's many other people here who are very well placed to answer that. So I'll give my response. Formally, when we look at the organograms and how and the documents, Fretlin CNRM consists of was theoretically a nonpartisan umbrella. In fact, Apodetti and UDT never formally joined it, although internally, that didn't come until CNRT. And I'm just talking about within the country here. But it was made up of these two committees, the committee of the armed front and the committee of the clandestine front. And the committee of the armed front was made up of the Fretlin leadership within the country and the Estado Mayor Falantil. So you have these two bodies. It had 5 members. So Conde Santana and Lowolo were the two Fretilin leaders, and then Taumat and Ruak Lerian and Timor and David Alex were the representatives of the Estado Mayor Falentil. Now, so that's formally, and I think what the intention was, and this is articulated in many documents, was that Fretilin essentially formed the political leadership of CNRM. Janana himself was not a member of Fretilin, of course, as we all know, but the rest of the political cadres that made up the resistance that was in the jungle were members of Fretilin, certainly originally, but they acted in the name of CNRM, which is the best way that I can explain that. One of the things I think that gets very overlooked in the popular narratives of the resistance is the role of the political cadres. So that was the, originally they were called political commissioners, juntos and activista, assistente. And these political cadres moved and lived together with Falentil and they were civilians. They were not members of Falentil, they were not soldiers, although the active distinction between the two was often blurred. Obviously, everybody fought sometimes, but their chief role was to organize people. And they stayed up in the jungle with Falentil, and the women who were part of the armed, in the jungle the whole time, were these civilian cadres. And they played very important roles, but they get sort of muddied, lost in the narrative about Falentil, and often they sort of describe themselves as now in the post-resistance, post-independence era as Falentil, but in fact were Fretilin cadres, though as I said in the 1990s, as far as I can tell from what people have told me and from the archival record, they acted in the name of CNRM. But as I said, there's many more people more qualified than I to speak on this.
Thank you, Edith. We have 2 minutes for one last question. Anyone? Okay, so if there is no more question, I'm going to end this panel, and I'll thank everybody, all the presentations and all of the other participants that were here. Thank you very much. Now I invite you to go to the platform of the conference to search for the map, the plan, room plan, and just click on the button that says, on the top left of the map, click on the button that says book launch room, and we will assist the book launch from the last year TLSA, the book proceedings that Michael will be presenting in a few minutes. Thank you all, and see you in the book launch, I hope.
Thank you.